Good morning. I'm very pleased to introduce you this new panel, EU-Sahel Renewed Cooperation Prospect for the Stabilization of the Region. My name is Lorenzo Cremonesi. I'm a special envoy for Corriere della Sera since many years. We will talk about Sahel, and I asked on purpose to have the map. Sometimes we don't remember how deep and grave and important is the region that we are going to talk about today. It's a very large strip, long around 8,500 kilometers, which occupy about 7 million square of kilometers, which cross between 10, 12 states, depends from the sources: Gambia, Senegal, Mauritania, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Nigeria, Cameroon, Chad, Sudan, South Sudan, Eritrea. About 150 million people, which according with the United Nations and different institute of studies, could reach 330, even 350 millions in 2050, with a very large number of youth. An incredible number of people, very young people. The Arab word for Sahel means it's Sahil, which means shore border between the Sahara Desert and semi-desert area in the south, which is called savanna. Generally, when you read, when you study, when you look at Sahel, you don't find good elements. You find a place which is practically a nightmare, which encapsulates some of the worst problems of our planet, including lack of water resources, climate change, jihadi terrorism, Daesh presence, Boko Haram, illicit trafficking, human smuggling, migrants. Me, having been a lot in Libya in the last years, I can tell you the big majority of the migrants we meet in the refugee camps, in the different camps held by the militias in Libya are, of course, from Sahel. Just to give some number, just to remind us the proportion, the dimension of the crisis. Lake Chad, which is in the middle of Sahel, on the border between Chad and Niger, sunken in the last, or shrinked in the last 50 years, between around 90%. It was in 1962, 28,000 square kilometers. Today is less than 1,400. Every inhabitant of Sahel consume every year on average about 50 cubic meters of water, which is, by the way, not real clean water. In Italy, the per capita consumption is by year 986. In the United States, is 1,870. So from 50 till 1,870. No water, no life. It's a very common assumption. So life is definitely very difficult in Sahel. Of course, this area is of our interest. I tell you, I just come back from Afghanistan, having seen what happened there, and my mind was on Sahel, looking at what happened there. Knowing that our next attention, our next focus would be on this region, because this region is very much of concern. The challenges are infinite: economic stagnation, climate change, increasing shortages of natural resources, and of course, worsening of the pandemic, which is in the picture is, after all, not so great if you compare the pandemic to the other crises. The EU and its state member, and we heard yesterday Mr. Draghi, Prime Minister Draghi, Di Maio, Guerini, talking about Sahel at length, have been committed to support the G5 Sahel countries with the aim to address instability and promote sustainable development with a new integrated strategy. In 2020, which we'll talk about today, the coalition of Sahel was launched with the aim to coordinate the collective response to the G5 Sahel states and their international partners in addressing regional challenges. We have with us to discuss about this, I would say, really important, central topic, some very important guests. First of all, Professor Emanuela Del Re. Emanuela Del Re, we had a short conversation just now. We can say a woman in the field, starting from that. She had been in the past in South Africa, in Albania, in Kosovo, in Nigeria, in Iraq, really in the field. She had been appointed recently EU Special Representative for the Sahel in 2021, so just now. And since 2018, she served as Italy Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. She's a sociologist, so she can really also from the human dimension, not only the, how can I say, geographical or geopolitical dimension of the area. So, sorry, maybe I would go one by one. I would prefer. So let's start with Professor Del Re with a first question. What is the new EU integrated strategy in the Sahel? How do you compare this strategy, this new approach, with the previous one in 2001, between 2011 and 2020? In few words, what Europe intends to do to face Sahel crisis in the next future?
Thank you very much for this question. When you were talking about the bad news that come from the Sahel, I have to confirm that we need good news. That's definitely something on which we are all working, and together with our partners in the Sahel, which I would like to clarify for the European Union, is composed of 5 countries, which are Mali, Niger, Chad, and Burkina Faso, and Mauritania. Well, we are working to certainly change things and especially achieve development, which is very difficult at the moment because unfortunately, even in our policies of intervention, we are bound to emergency, to humanitarian, and it's very difficult to move the step forward. We discuss it very often with my friend, my brother, Jimé Adoum. Certainly the new European Union strategy for the Sahel comes after some revolutions, as I would like to say, because we have started, and this is really a cultural revolution in the policy of the European Union. We started calling the countries of Africa in general, or the countries that we used to call third countries or developing countries, we are starting to call them partners, which means that if we have a partnership, we are both responsible for our actions, and we are working together for a future that is in common between us. So this is the first step that I think makes a distinction between the latest European Union strategy, which was defined in April this year, and the previous one. Certainly, this approach of partnership has influenced strongly the principles on which the new Sahel strategy is based, which are obviously bound to the fact that we are fully aware now that we cannot only intervene at security level, meaning with military measures, but we have to very much focus on transforming society, helping the society to develop. And the key word in this sense is certainly governance. Governance is the most important element in the new strategy because we understand that unless we help the countries of Sahel in our partnership to develop solid institutions and especially create a system of welfare that would allow everybody to have access to basic services, we cannot guarantee a social cohesion and especially a social peace. Consider that if we put this in comparison with the security elements, of course, when we talk about terrorism, for instance, and this is something I repeat constantly, the reason why we should intervene in governance and create a solid welfare state is that, for instance, the terrorist groups and also the armed groups often offer the populations which they attack an alternative system of welfare. They offer them an alternative opportunity, which is, of course, an illusion. It's not a real welfare state, but they are convincing in this way some young people, especially youngsters, to adhere to that project, which is criminal, which is certainly only bound to benefit themselves, but it appears to the populations, especially in remote areas, and unfortunately in the Sahel, we have many areas which are not linked to the center, to the urbanized areas in which there are the capitals in general. These people are convinced by this illusion of being able to have an appropriate opportunity to develop their own life. So the fact that the European strategy is focusing on governance is fantastic. I think it's fundamental. And I have to say that the strategy has been developed together with the African countries, which means that finally we understand that unless we include them in our decisional processes, we cannot move a step forward. So governance, and also the last element that I would like to underline in the new strategy, which also of course includes security and development, and this is obvious, I would like to say, is the fact that there is a principle of mutual responsibility included, which means that the countries of Sahel are obviously mutually responsible for each other. And this is why we have the Coalition Sahel, that is an overarching structure that guarantees that there is an harmony between the 5 countries. But in the way I interpret the principle on which the strategy is based, I would like to say that this mutual responsibility is also a mutual responsibility between the European Union and the countries of Sahel. And I will conclude by saying that this mutual responsibility implies once again that we have to work together. And then also the fact that, for instance, we are investing an immense amount of money. We are responsible for the management of that money in the region. How can we guarantee that the money really achieves the objectives and the aspirations that we have at the basis of our structure, and especially at the basis of our strategy? This is a big question, but I have to say that considering that many more countries in the European Union are now wanting to be participating in concrete actions, Lithuania, Estonia, which we might think are very far from Sahel, in reality, they feel that they can contribute and they want to contribute. In this sense, the good news is we are many more in the European Union. We have a strategy. We know where we are going. We have some means because the funds are conspicuous, and therefore maybe together with the countries of Sahel who are also willing to change things, maybe we can achieve good things.
Professor, just a little follow-up. Can you give us a practical example of one of the projects in which you believe particularly, which you think would be implemented in the next
Well, I usually, when I visit the countries, I've just completed my tour of the 5 countries, and of course I met all the presidents of all the countries, and I also met all the representatives of the government, but I also met all the NGOs, youth organizations, women, and I also visited projects. There are many projects, of course, in the sanitary field. There are many projects funded by the European Union, which I find particularly effective because they fight against malnutrition and other. We have good projects for governance, meaning, for instance, electoral assistance and also administrative assistance. We have a number of projects to develop the ownership by the country through, for instance, financing projects for women and the youth to create small economic opportunities. These are really, it's such a vibrant moment moment for these activities, that I think we should protect it, and of course also contrast some sentiments that are going around in the region, in which it is felt that ONG and NGOs and humanitarian aid is not really creating ownership, but is actually creating a culture of dependence. I think instead that we are starting to move step forward and especially develop new opportunities. But Francesca De Mauro, that who will be here now, will explain more about that. Thank you very much for this question.
Thank you very much. Second member of our panel is Professor Dr. Dijam Adoum, High Representative Coalition for the Sahel. Dijam Adoum is High Representative Coalition for Sahel. Prior to this charge, he was Executive Secretary of the Permanent Interstates Committee for Drought Control in the Sahel, and former Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation of Chad. So actually, Dr. Adoum, I can say your titles invite the question, and the question is water. We are talking about now practical intervention. We are talking really, I would like today with you not only, I could say, express some form of principle, but go to the subject, go to the real practicability of the project and of the intervention of foreign countries in the Sahel region. So first of all, how would you intervene? What would you do in order to try to cope with the water crisis? It is apparently one of the major problems. I was in Niger recently, and I found people were escaping from Chad region, and the main reason was water, which of course the lack of water caused the growing presence of fundamentalist movements, of jihadists, Boko Haram, etc., etc. So it's a crisis which go then politically provoke some political effect. So the first question is really, what would you ask to the European community, to the 5 countries, how they would do, what they should do to cope with the water problem?
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I can answer the question to water, I'd like to put it in a larger context, the coalition, what is it, how it came about, and then we move on from there. Once we create the context, we're going to move on to specific questions related to water and other issues in the region. The coalition is born out of the interest of the 5 presidents. As Madam Minister stated, the 5 countries, Mauritania, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Chad, that constituted the G5 countries. With the president of France back in 2020, they progressively moved into operationalizing the coalition. February 2021, they had a summit. They created this coalition. They sent out a large communique saying, we had military surges. What we need to do now is accompany that military surge with other surges, political, economic, and so on and so forth. From that, we developed the roadmap, and the roadmap constitutes 4 pillars. Pillar 1 is fight against terrorism. Pillar 2 is reinforcing the national armies' capabilities to carry out the fights. Pillar number 3, return of the state to provide goods and services. Pillar number 4 is where the big projects, structural projects, are there and piloted by the Alliance Sahel. They decided to put us in Brussels, so there is a secretariat in Brussels, where is the heart of where everybody is, and I'm happy to report that we are working very closely with the Minister Del Rey and the related services. The coalition benefits from about 60 plus entities, all belonging to the coalition. So that's the framework within which then we're going to move forward to asking or responding to the specific questions that are asked. Now, before we get to water, right now as we speak, Sahel is experiencing severe headaches, terrorism, fights. There are turbulences, various variables, various tornadoes all operating simultaneously. What we need to do is we need to look at what makes up those tornadoes, and then understand them and look at the interaction among them so that we can sort them out and specifically attack each one of them so we can create leverage and create opportunities to undertake the vast program that we come to water. Naturally, as he stated earlier, back in 60, Lake Chad was 25,000 square kilometers. If you look at it now, it's about maybe 1,200, 2,000 square kilometers, which means that the surface of the lake shrunk significantly. And as you well know, when the surface of the water shrinks, folks who live nearby, whose livelihood depends on water, then move around, and that creates pressure on the other lands. And then we get into fighting, we get into banditism, we get into a lot of different activities. So what do we do? Luckily, in the Sahel, for the 5 countries, we're going to talk about the 5 countries because this is the focus of our discussion. As we speak right now, we began, when I was at SILS, we began a project funded by the World Bank for the 5 countries, no, 6 countries, including Senegal. It's the first time that we have a structural program dealing with water. So basically what it means is that, okay, there's a $170 million investment by the World Bank. We went around and secured different funds. Other folks came to the table, and we increased the portfolio of that investment. So what it says is that we cannot do much of anything if we don't have water. Reason, in that region, it rains once a year, sometimes 3 months. And the rainfall distribution nowadays is very erratic due to climate change, deregulation. Either it rains a lot here, it doesn't rain here, so on and so forth. So it compromises the growing season. So with this project of water, then we need to say, okay, water devices, water harvesting technologies, water input from the well, from the lake, so on and so forth, and putting it all in a sustainable, in a manner, because we can't just go pumping it whichever way we want. Now we're using science and technology to make sure that we're not depleting the resources. And so what people do with water is they produce 2 or 3 times a year. If it rains a lot in Niger, you know it, what happens? We capture that water and then we use it for the second growing season. And every 2 or 3 months, a crop matures, and that provides us the opportunity to provide sufficiently food, transform, create wealth and jobs. So we have $170 million in water. The European Union is going to be sinking more resources, appealing on folks who are interested in investing. There are opportunities because of huge surface areas, lots of opportunities. Yes, it is somewhat steaming out there, but it's not only bad news, there are also very good news. And I invite you to come to the European Union. You have bilateral relationship with those countries. Come to us in Brussels, and we'll tell you exactly how it is. And together we'll be able to create leverages and move forward to creating opportunities so that the issue related to water will be settled so that folks will not get out of their area, stay there, become stable, and then engage in activities likely to help us create a good living environment rather than sending kids to either come to Europe looking for Europe and falling in the sea or going into the woods and becoming bandits, terrorists, and what have you. So why don't we stop here for now with that question to our, and then we move on to other questions.
Allow me to, again, have a follow-up on this question. And sorry, I don't want to sound provocative or offensive, but this is a question which generally when I ask to local people in different countries, they say, you are Westerner, you all have this colonialist attitude. But, you know, I saw it, we saw it in the last tens of years. Whenever there are a lot of money coming from big organizations in a local area, the corruption is rampant. One of the reasons of Afghani crisis, the collapse of Afghani government, was corruption. Corruption with money came from the coalition. There is a lot of corruption in Africa, we know. Corruption is in Iraq. corruption is whenever there are money coming, doesn't matter from where. So how the countries which are providing this help can, together with the local authorities, we hope not corrupted authorities, will be able to control the use of this money, the management of the resources, to avoid that money will be wasted or even worse, will go to the wrong hands?
Well, it's very simple. All of you stop being complacent. So when you put in money, resources, we have a pot of money for which there are programs. We get together in the sandbox and we define the objectives, the results, and the specific indicators for which we look in results. So when we design, we implement, then everybody should be at the table. We look at the extent to which the resources invested are generating results. So let's look at this. Simply stated, we have two variables. We have budget and programs. And we say, okay, we have $1 million for a given program. And then we begin in day one. And we start working. Well, initially, they will say, well, the investment is much higher than the progress results. But generally speaking, if we move forward, these two variables behave like this, the budget goes like this, and the programs trails. And at the end, you look at this, you see where I'm coming from with this? There's this huge gap. And due to complacency, both from those who manage the money, we spend a lot of time explaining why things did not work. That's the huge gap. We wasted a lot of time and energy and resources. So the time has come with respect to saying, okay, we're all together, we look at it, each one of us will have a role to play, the people who are benefiting from it at the table, and then we deploy. And then when we have systems of monitoring and evaluation, we collect, we analyze, and we get everybody at the table, say, we spent this much money, how much did we get out of it? Consistent with what we spend, do we think it's reasonable to expect that this much results is acceptable? And if you do that, then we're going to certainly move away from wasting the resources. I'm not in the business of explaining or trying to justify anything. You and us, all of us together, we need to get out of our zone of comfort and no more accepting the fact that we can explain. You go back to Brussels here and there, we're explaining, well, it was a difficult situation. No, we need to be accountable, held accountable for the taxpayers of your countries and held accountable back home so that business as usual is no longer acceptable, tolerable. In fact, that's why lack of opportunities create all the problems we are experiencing. And we're saying if we get out of our zone of comfort, we should be able to reverse the trend.
Thank you. We go to our third panelist, Francesca Di Mauro. Is she connected? Can you hear us? Francesca Di Mauro?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Yeah, okay.
Hear me, yes.
She's Deputy Director General of Directorate General for International Partnership, responsible for the Sahel. And for the last 18 years, experience in developing transition economies, of which more than 13 in the European Commission External Action. I will go straight to the projects, since you are managing the project. Again, I will ask you the same question I asked before to Professor Del Rey. Can you focus? Can you explain us? Can you tell us about some of the major projects for Sahel that you are studying, considering, following? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be in this very, very distinguished panel. So thank you very much for the invite. I'm not Deputy Director General. I'm a Deputy Director for Africa, and I'm Head of Unit for West Africa, just to be clear. So, I mean, indeed, just in very broad terms, and Professor Jumeadoum already explained the whole architecture of the coalition. And one of the pillars of the coalition is this pillar 4, which is focusing on long-term development. So this is where the alliance comes in. And so the alliance is what we kind of established since 2017. It was a Franco-German EU initiative precisely to bring together all the donors, the bilateral, the multilateral. So we also have the World Bank, the African Development Bank, UNDP, to improve coordination. I just want to first say in a second that in a minute that indeed in the Sahel there are many actors, as there are many strategies around the Sahel, and now we have our renewed EU strategy. There are also many actors, of course, who want to help. So coordination is a big challenge. And so that is why these big, let's say, structures, the main effort is really to coordinate. What we try to organize the projects along 6 priority areas. So we have projects in relation to education and creation of jobs. This means, for example, doing, TVET, which is the vocational training, technical and vocational training for the youth, precisely because 65% of people in the Sahel are youth, to provide them some skills in order to, actually have some other jobs in relation to agriculture, in relation to transformation of agriculture, so that indeed the alternative state that the terrorists can offer is less appealing. Then a second area is agriculture, rural development, food security. I think we have to remember all the time that food insecurity is a big issue in the Sahel, and currently we actually have 27 million people in food insecurity. So what all our projects do is really to try and improve the capacity to produce sustainably and to provide nutritious food for the population. Then we have energy, because this is, of course, also a critical issue. And here we're not talking, energy like connected to the main grid. We are talking about off-grid solutions, solar panels. And we have some solar panel plants, like, for example, in Agadez is one of the big ones we have, precisely because access to energy is important for many sectors, including the social sectors, including the schools, and including the hospitals and the health centers. Then we have decentralization, which is precisely also what was mentioned before by Professor Derre, the fact that these are very remote areas where we have this strong insecurity. And so the local authorities in those remote areas really need to be strengthened in their capacity to provide basic services. Again, health, education, but also administrative services to the population. So we have a whole series of projects on decentralization. Governance, this is rightly said already, a very important area. And here, of course, we have many projects in relation to access to justice. And for example, the police, internal security forces. I want to also highlight that access to justice is very much linked to what you just asked, Jimmy Adoum, in relation to corruption and impunity. I mean, one of the new things also of the new EU strategy is, and also the roadmap, the coalition roadmap, is to really put the finger on fighting impunity and fighting corruption. And this, of course, goes through making sure that those who commit those crimes of corruption, and who those, for example, even the security forces who commit, exaction vis-a-vis the population, get to, to trials and get convicted, because this, of course, has an impact on the trust between the population and the security forces, which again is a strategy to fight terrorism. Because if, of course, the population does not have trust in the basic state structures like police, like army, then of course they will turn towards the alternative state. So this is completely in line with that. And then yes, internal security forces, because we believe that police also is the missing link. Of course, we did a lot. And there's a lot of action with the armed forces and, with the security to make sure that zones are, let's say, cleared of terrorists. But then you need to bring immediately the police, because the police is the one that can have a stronger link with the population. So these are the 6 areas. Just want to give you some examples. I mean, over the years, the alliance in terms of structure, most of the projects are really in the social and agriculture sector. Let's not think that we only do security. Security is just 20% of all what the EU did in the Sahel, which was this 4.6 billion that we did since 2014. 20% is on security. The rest is almost half in social sectors and in agriculture, food security. 20% is on governance, and 9% on infrastructure. Examples in agriculture, as we all know, livelihood, 2/3 of the population in the Sahel live of agriculture and live of livestock. So here we have that we provided food assistance to almost 3 million people over the last 3 years, if you want to look at the last 3 years. Or we have provided also support to agriculture producers, to 500,000 agriculture producers, to give them, for example, little kits, to be able to produce at a higher productivity, improved tools for agriculture, so that they can increase their productivity, which is extremely low. Or for example, providing vaccination for the livestock, because this is also a big issue that, livestock, also gets the disease. So vaccination for livestock is another thing. And then, of course, in the health sector, we have many, let's say, results in relation to number of children that are vaccinated. Almost over 3.4 million children that have been vaccinated against, the various diseases that for children. Or access to energy. This is also another aspect of what we do. So, I mean, of course, we have a huge number of projects, as you know, over 800 projects. There are many of us involved, and so results. I think we have also some available documents that can show you all the results in detail. So I mean, you can find it, and that's what you can look through. But there are many results, but maybe we can come back on the issue of governance and what is different with this EU strategy.
Sorry, just briefly, if you can, Dr. Di Mauro, something which I would like you to address, an element which already Professor De Red mentioned, this fact that whenever there is a failed state, when situation get out of control, anarchic, I would say, local bandits, criminals, extremists, jihadists, terrorists, call it you want, try to take the role of the state to provide basic services. It happened in Lebanon with Amal, with Hezbollah, in Gaza with Hamas, in Afghanistan with the Taliban, in Iraq with a different militia, Shia or Sunni, Daesh or whatever. So the question is, how much you see in the region you are working in, this element torpedoing, disturbing, creating problem to your project? If you can, please, shortly, because we have not much time.
Yes. No, I mean, clearly, I mean, this is the main issue of, of occupying the space. That's what we were saying, when we talk about the civilian surge and making sure that the state can return. In fact, sometimes it's not even return of the state. Sometimes it's actually the state was never there, because these are very, low, far away regions that have never really been addressed by the state. So this is the whole issue of making sure that we have basic services that, that offer actually the right, the state alternative to the non-state alternative. So in terms of disturbances, of course, they happen. I mean, sometimes some of our NGOs with which we work, they get, attacked. They get, they get also, asked for racketing, for funds. So that is why we have to really choose also carefully with whom we work, but we also do a lot of social cohesion and kind of reconciliation type of projects, precisely in the very difficult area where we can also, sometimes use some NGOs that actually can talk to these armed groups and for example, agree that maybe health centers or schools will not be attacked, because of course this is also against, let's say, what some of the terrorist group also want. They don't want also the population to turn against them. So in some areas we've been able to do some little kind of agreement, which are very delicate and very fragile, but still, to make sure that some of these key, let's say, structures for health and for education are not attacked. But clearly, there's an issue.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry? Of course. Yeah.
Right now, as we speak, I said earlier, the situation is very difficult. That is, the military search provided good results, but the follow-up, the space has not been occupied by the national defense forces, and in such a way that whatever was gained is lost. And that is where the question is, what we need to do within the framework of the peace facility, that what the European Union and the other partnerships are doing, is that we need to go back to the Sahel and reinforce the fighting capabilities of the national armies, so that when Pillar 1, when the military makes some gain, then the state occupies that space, providing basic security services, so that the NGOs, the developers, everybody can go back in and provide goods and services. In a nutshell, what is happening now is that we need training for those armed forces. We need logistical support. We need intelligence so that they can really do the job. Otherwise, the military plan by themselves, they go and liberate an area, forces are not there to occupy and provide the security needed so that the state returns to provide goods and services. And that's why the coalition is galvanizing the international communities to bring much needed support to rearrange the whole framework so that we can chase those guys out of town and reoccupy the space and provide goods and services and establish a much needed and happier living space. Thank you.
We don't have much time, but really, this is a central question. Thank you, central point. Thank you very much. The question of training, the question of military presence. We know France started at large at about 2012, 2013 with the famous Barkhane operation in Mali, which was at the beginning successful, but then start to have many more victims. Italy, as we heard yesterday, is now sending troops to underman the Takuba mission and promising to increase the military presence. Of course, we'll need a coalition, we'll need a cooperation between the different contingents. Of course, sorry to insist, but in my mind comes the example, which are the terrible failure of Afghanistan. When we hear training local troops, look what happened to the Afghani police and the Afghani army. So of course, lesson learned, what we learn from Afghanistan. Sorry, I don't want to focus on Afghanistan, but as Afghanistan is just what happened in front of our eyes 3 months ago. It's very important to learn, to think, to consider what happened in order not to repeat it. So, Professor Dere, the ground is the military dimension. What are we doing? What we can do? What we learn? What we will do in the next future?
I think that from the last two interventions by my brother Jimé Adoum and by Francesca Di Mauro make it very clear to us the fact that we need to work very closely on the link between security and development. It's very difficult to achieve this aspiration because to put together development and security is not easy at all. I have to say that the European Union is present in the region in various capacities. Francesca Di Mauro was mentioning the police dimension and Jimé Adoum, the more military, to just give you a picture of the geopolitics of our presence as European Union. That means 27 member countries, of course, agreeing on these interventions. Sorry, I want to mention the fact that we have police missions like EUCAP Mali and EUCAP Niger, who are devoted to training, as well as EUTM Mali, for instance, which is a training mission for the military. EUTM Mali has trained something like 18,000 soldiers in the last 7 years. So that means that there is a corpus of intervention at military level quite significant. I also want to mention Garci because we are in Italy and Italy is participating to this mission led by Spain. So you can understand that the actual body of what we are doing is quite diversified and is obviously quite intense in a sense. We also have, and this is important to underline, a joint force of the G5 countries of the Sahel, which is very, very important. I visited the headquarters of all these missions in the region because I think it is important to understand what is going on and how effective they are. Why did I want to try to understand their effectiveness? Because with talking to each Minister of Defense of each country, I realized what Jimé Adoum was saying, the fact that there is a strong request before everything else to increase the number of soldiers, for instance, on field. President Bazoum told me that they want to double the number of soldiers by 2025, pass from 25,000 now to 50,000 in 2025, which will mean, of course, double barracks, double equipment, double logistics, which gives us a sense of what is actually going on in the region, which is certainly affected very strongly by security because, as I discussed with Bazoum in particular, but also with the others, for instance, Niger is the country with the least index of development, of human development in the world. Can you imagine waking up in the morning and discovering that your country has the least human development index in the world? And at the same time, they don't know how to solve the situation. They want to increase development. They want to focus on education, but until the security problem is solved, they cannot do much. Of course, I want to make an appeal to our member states because we need more participation in the missions that are led by the European Union. We need more personnel. At the moment, we have a new European peace facility that Jimé just mentioned, which is a new way of interpreting our responses to the demands of the countries, which are very, very specific. They never talk about very vague things. They talk about very specific needs, which need, in my view, very specific responses. And the needs are, of course, to respond to specific challenges. I want to mention Libya, for instance. There is a huge circulation of arms that are supposed to come from Libya. That is another challenge they have to face, not only jihadist groups, not only armed groups, which are formed often just to create problems and conflicts, not really organized in a sense that they want to take the state or really change completely the situation in a specific country. So we can understand that the security aspect is very, very complex. The new Takuba mission that will which is already in place and that will in a way give a new, let's say, a philosophy to the intervention of the European Union countries in the region is a mission that really enhances the fact that we are a big family, that we want to participate in the security issues at a higher level with more participation. And this is also why the French are redistributing their forces and they are reorganizing. I always respond to the provocation regarding the French that probably it is their will to be more contemporary because the situation has changed on field. The situation requires better responses. The situation is bound to the fact that the countries themselves know very well what they were doing. And I just want to conclude by saying, to give you an example, if we think that there is stagnation, of course, there are immense challenges. For instance, at the moment, I'm incredibly worried by Burkina Faso. But Burkina Faso, at the same time, has defined a new defense and security strategy, which I discussed with the Minister of Security and the Minister of Defense, because they have two ministers, very thoroughly analyzing each step. And I have to say that that was, for me, a good news, because this new strategy is really inspired by the principles that we Europeans share completely. So there are opportunities, but unfortunately, we need a better coordination. We need a better cohesion between all of us, considering that there are many other actors on field. Some are competitors. I don't want to go too deeply into Russia, but it is a competitor, and China, but China is not that much on this field. But I want to also say that regarding Afghanistan, it is true that there could be some sort of similarity, but honestly, our engagement in the Sahel is not as big as the one in Afghanistan. The countries are separated and are different situations. The situation in general is not such that the terrorists or the jihadists and the armed groups are not taking over single states. So I wouldn't really make a big comparison. Of course, it's always good to reflect on potential inspiration of jihadist groups, but I don't think it is comparable.
Yeah, on this domain, rule of engagements. One of the problems of the coalition there, I'm not talking about the country now, about the functioning of a different military contingent from different countries with different cultures, history, past. One of the major problems there was the inequality, was that the different contingent had different rules of engagements. Is there any attempt in the partner who are now working, military partner, who are working in Sahel, to have an homogeneous approach?
Well, we are the European Union, meaning that we are a family. And the countries that have adhered to the project of Takuba, for instance, they have decided their own contribution. Of course, there will be a command. That's the thing, that there is a command which is defined in the rules of engagement. But I honestly think that the fact that many countries have decided to participate is really good news, because it means that there is a more diffused interest in intervening in a region like Sahel, which I always define as the real southern frontier of Europe. So there is a new awareness. I think that on this awareness we can build a lot. And I have to say, of course, each country keeps its own personality, but that is the motto of the European Union: unity in diversity. And I think that in a mission like that, which is particularly needed at the moment, this diversity will be a richness, certainly not a problem.
Thank you very much. As you see, the subject is immense. I would have gone on asking questions for the next 3 hours. Of course, people here are already telling me the time is over. So I thank our panelists. Really, thank you very, very much to all of you. Unfortunately, 2 of them couldn't participate, but I hope it was rich enough. Thank you very, very much to everybody.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to remain seated as we start next session right away. Please remain seated. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat as we are starting next session right now. Please take your seat. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this special MED conversation with Paolo Gentiloni, EU Commissioner for the Economy. Buongiorno and welcome, Gentiloni.
Buongiorno.
And I'm delighted to share the stage this morning with an outstanding colleague and friend, Amy Kellogg from Fox. Hello, Amy. You know, there's plenty to discuss on the table, and our time budget is just 30 minutes. So, Amy, please, with the first question.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Andrea is more the specialist on financial matters, and I'm looking at things more from a generalist perspective. Commissioner, you've said that making great success of the expenditure of these EU COVID recovery funds, much of which will happen in 2022, will be both the biggest challenge and the biggest opportunity for the year. The numbers are eye-popping. 800 billion is the one that sticks with me. I think probably a lot of people feel similarly that, what does this mean? You know, really, how do you see, and do you see it already making a positive change in people's lives, or the recovery of various cities and countries in the EU zone?
Well, yes, thank you for this question, and buongiorno a tutti. A great pleasure to be here in Rome for the MED dialogues. Well, indeed, of course, it's a lot of money, a big amount. Only the core of this next generation EU that we call Recovery and Resilience Fund, RRF acronym, is at current prices 800 billions. But apart from the amount, I think the framework is essential. First, the methodology, the unprecedented decision to have a common debt for common purpose, which, as you know, was very improbable until a couple of years ago. And it was a decision historical in some way. I remember the quasi-chancellor Olaf Scholz calling it a Hamiltonian moment for the Union. I think the president of the European Council called it a Copernican revolution. I've heard some colleagues using the Rubiconian moment. So, well, okay. Indeed, it was something quite new and unprecedented. Interesting in two ways. First, it is not only traditional funding, it is funding going especially to countries more affected by this pandemic or having previous economic difficulties. So it is also very useful to reduce the risk of divergence and fragmentation in the single market. And second, it is money quite with conditionalities. Because it's not a check that we are giving to member states, but it is something strictly connected to priorities in investment that the Commission has established, the green investment, the digital investment, blah, 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 and on reforms that we asked, encouraged for years and years, but now you have a firepower from a fiscal point of view to make these reforms possible. So this is why it's really something completely new, very promising, but then, as you know, the famous proof of the pudding, we will see.
Well, Commissioner, you mentioned Olaf Scholz's Hamiltonian moment. Do you expect Germany to remain so enthusiastic also when you will get into the deep of the discussion on the new fiscal framework? You know, the Sustainability and Growth Pact, the Stability and Growth Pact has been suspended, but it will be back. And after Merkel, do you think that Germany will take a tougher stance on this? And what are the first signs from the dialogue that you're beginning?
Well, of course, we can only refer to what is now in the German government contract. You know that this agreement is quite serious in the political German tradition. It takes a certain time to reach an agreement on this program, and the program is very important. It's not the same way in each and every country. Everyone has its own tradition, but the German tradition is that this government contract is important. And I have to say that in this contract we have interesting overture on the fiscal issues. This doesn't mean that finding a solution, a compromise, a deal on fiscal rules will be an easy task. Of course, we know we have different visions and interests around the table, but my view is that we have something new, which is the common awareness of at least a couple of problems. First, the enormous need of investments, of course, mainly private investments, but also public investments. If we are serious in our messages on the climate transition, the digital competitiveness of Europe, etc. And second, the awareness of the fact that the level of the debt is so high after the pandemic. We have in the euro area 100% of debt on average, which is compatible with the market conditions now because of the very low interest environment. But of course, it is something that we have to reduce. But the awareness is there that this reduction should be gradual and growth friendly. How can you reduce the debt in a growth friendly way? Is this an oxymoron, or can we find a way? And this is I think, my task and the task of the
It's a challenging task. Also given the fact that this is designed to have a medium and long-term effect on restructuring the European economy. But in the meanwhile, you two said this week that the headwinds on the recovery of the economy are increasing. You name it, we live in the shortage economy, shortage of components, shortage of raw materials, and bottlenecks in the logistic, inflation, energy prices that are rising. What's the main concern you do have? And do you think this will, in a way or another, change the path that you were designing for the economic in Europe?
Talking about headwinds, I still think that the main one is still the pandemic. Of course, this creates uncertainty in our societies and also in our economies.
Should vaccination be mandatory in Europe?
Well, these are choices that are under discussion in member states. This is not something that we decide in Brussels. It is connected also to different jurisdictions. Is this possible in your country or not? But of course, we encourage strongly the vaccination and all tools that are reinforcing vaccination. But yes, uncertainty connected to the pandemic for sure. But the experience shows us that despite these uncertainties, despite the risk of the new variants, apparently the economy adapted to the pandemic in the recent months. So my view is that, yes, we can have headwinds created by the pandemic. This could affect some sectors more involved with contact with persons. But overall, we see in several countries, including in Italy, for example, manufacture in Italy is going at full speed, despite the uncertainty for the pandemic, the bottlenecks, the raw materials, the semiconductors. All this is a downside risk to this recovery, but the recovery is there and very strongly there. We have never seen my generation such rate of growth.
It's a good story that needs to be told, I think, more broadly. And Commissioner, I wanted to also ask you, Winston Churchill once famously said in 1945 in Yalta that we should never let a good crisis go to waste. And that quote has been dusted off a lot this week in the context of these recovery funds. I'm wondering what you see as the pitfalls or potential problems. What are your concerns about how the expenditure of these funds could go wrong?
This is indeed a great challenge, because the success of this unprecedented operation is connected to the results that we will achieve. I don't think that now is the time to discuss, will this operation be repeated maybe on other subjects? Okay, this is a legitimate discussion, but the problem now is to make it work. And if we are able to make it work, we will be able to have a discussion on the future of this methodology, not of this next generation EU, which is clearly an extraordinary tool, but the methodology could be used again if it works. The challenge is quite important, especially for countries like my country that have larger amounts in absolute term, not in relative term. In relative term, Italy is not having the top contribution. Other countries are having the top contribution. But of course, in absolute term, Italy is having quite important amount of money and is one among the countries with traditional difficulty in absorption of European funds. And so I appreciate the commitment of the government to try not only to follow this operation, but to reform our own mechanism of the public administration to make them more apt to the task, because the task is quite an important one. If you have 200 billion euros to invest in a pre-decided way, because this is something is decided now in 2021, how you will spend this money in the next 5 or 6 years. You can't lose this opportunity, but to avoid to lose this opportunity, you have to change also something in the way we work as government institutions. And this is why it's so important that the Italian government is moving in this direction.
Well, Commissioner, the main headline here at Met this year was leverage transition. We are in an energy transition, and the best part of the discussion here has been on energy as a common good for a positive agenda to create more cooperation. But we're living an energy crisis. In the EU in November, energy prices were up 27%, inflation is running at 4.9%. So what can government do to mitigate the impact of these energy prices on families, firms, individual, before it sparkle a reaction to what some says it's connected with the energy transition?
Well, first of all, I would say that I agree with a quite recent statement of the OECD suggesting not to put on the same basket the different level of inflations that we have in the world. Particularly, the OECD was referring to the difference of the US situation from the EU situation from the Japan situation. Of course, EU is in the middle as level of inflation. US is now with a quite high level of inflation, and Japan is still with a quite low level of inflation. So the reaction answers are not the same all over the world. As far as Europe is concerned, of course, the discussion is how long this peak of inflation will last. Our view is that we are having this rise of inflation in this period, maybe for a few months in the near future, but the factors increasing inflation should fade next year, especially after beginning in the spring. This is the common assessment of the Commission and of the ECB. So don't ignore, monitor, look closely, but avoid to react in a wrong way to what happens. For energy, of course, we have a problem of high supply, of low supply, and the reopening of the economies is creating a huge demand. We have energy, gas coming from Norway and from Algeria quite at full capacity. We have gas coming from Russia at minus 25% in October and November in relation to October and November of last year. And of course, if we look to the demand of energy, October, November of last year and October or November of this year, the fact that we have a minus 25% is a big problem. How long will this last? How can we mitigate this? Well, we gave some messages. I think the Commission is encouraging governments to react, especially to mitigate this impact for vulnerable households. This, I think, is a good message, but you don't solve the problem of gas supply in a couple of weeks, of course. At the same time, if you look to the market of the futures for energy, we see that the perspective for next year are not of a quite sure increase. Because at the end, this peak will, this is my view, but it is not only my view, it's the view, I would say, of the large majority of institutions and academia in Europe, will peak, is peaking, and then will decrease also for energy prices. We don't have easy solution. We should continue to invest in renewables, because taking this problem on the wrong way, slowing down the transition, would be the wrong decision.
Amy?
Commissioner, how much do you think the shortage from Russia has to do with the geopolitical tensions, and how do you see those resolving themselves, especially in light of what came out of the United States overnight about intelligence predicting or suspecting military action in Ukraine in early 2022?
Well, of course, we should be very vigilant in these scenarios you are mentioning. Of course, the European Union is strongly supporting Ukraine and also strongly supporting our member states that were facing in the last couple of months a quite an unprecedented crisis with Belarus on migration. Is the supply of gas conditioned by geopolitics? Yes, always. I don't think, having said this, that it's always influenced by geopolitics, I don't think that now it is in the interests of Russia to have an extreme fight with the European Union in gas supply, because around this discussion, you know, there are several things. Among these things, the Nord Stream 2 story, which is, I think, something interesting for the Russian leadership. And so I think that geopolitics is always there when we are talking of energy supply, but the crisis should not be pushed above a certain level. So my concern is more on what is the evolution in Ukraine, what is the evolution in this border crisis, apparently less acute than a few weeks ago with Belarus. I think that gas supply will not be used in a worse way than it has already been used. But the problem is there. If you see minus 25%, it's something.
Now, Commissioner, overnight happened also another thing which is more Italian related, because the rating agency Fitch upgraded Italy to a BBB. The last upgrade happened in 2017 from S&P, and you were prime minister at the time, if I'm not wrong. So how do you see the situation of the Italian economy, given that you just discussed also individual budget plans for 2022 at the European level, but also talking about the different countries? And in the case of Italy, you discussed also the current expenditure, warning the country to rein in the level of current expenditure.
Well, indeed, what the decision of Fitch is confirming the fact that Italy is going in the right direction. And the level of growth that we are seeing, as you know, Italy is among the 2 or 3 European countries growing more. This year, I think only France, among the big economies, is growing more than Italy. And next year, Italy is expected to grow more than France. And to keep this level of growth, according to our estimates, also in 2023, with 2.5% growth, which is something that we don't remember since many years. So will we be able to go out from this situation that was defined the low for long situation? Low inflation, low growth, low interest rates, and to have a more dynamic. This is the main road for debt reduction, of course, because if you have such a high level of debt, growth is the main tool to reduce it. But at the same time, the message of the Commission is to keep an eye on the current expenditure because yes, growth is essential, but not necessarily all current expenditure is growth oriented. And this, I think, is something that the government is very much aware of, but it is not only easy in the political dynamic to stress this point.
One point, Commissioner, is that growth is slowing down in Q4, will be the weakest of the year due to all the factors we discussed. Inflation is running high, and those who thought that it was transitory, including the Federal Reserve in the US, had to change their mind. And Jay Powell this week said, sorry, we were wrong. We canceled the word transitory. As Madame Lagarde said this week, it's a hump and it will get back. What do you make of that?
No, I agree. I fully agree with the view of the ECB, and their message is that the main factors that are now creating the rise in inflation will fade next year. This, I think, is a quite understandable statement. Of course, this is one very big picture. Then we know that
inflation is not a fear for you.
Well, it's something you have to monitor. But in itself, what we see is something that in the midterm could even be a progress in comparison to the situation we had before. Of course, if the rise will continue and stay, this will could become a problem. This is not what we are now estimating, the Commission and the ECB. For example, bottlenecks in supply chains, something will last. Semiconductors, for example, will not be solved tomorrow. The shortage, other bottlenecks are slowly being solved. For example, transports and shipments is not at all so acute as it was a few months ago. And probably in the next months will be less acute than now. So we should also be, I think, very quietly seeing the fact that such a sudden increase in demand and growth in advanced economies never happened. And the fact that this creates difficulties in supply chains, in some raw materials, and inflation pressure is quite obvious. After this recession, you have this growth so fast and so strong, but we should not transform this, which is a quite good thing, in a matter of, in a nightmare. It's not a nightmare. It's the fact that the economy is rebounding. Then, of course, we should monitor very closely if there are factors that brings this level of inflation to be permanent, which would be, of course, a problem.
Amy.
We have big flashing zeros.
So
I'm brokenhearted, Commissioner. I don't think I can ask you another question.
okay.
I wanted to ask about foreign aid to the greater MENA region as one last thing in connection with the recovery fund, but I think we might have to save
Be
that
quick
for another time, or if you have a
Quick response.
5-second response to that.
No, I think we worked a lot. First of all, on vaccines. We don't remember always the fact that Europe is, by large, the larger exporter of vaccines in the world. 1.4 billion of doses exported since we have a monitor of export. So since last February, 1.4. This is much more than doses distributed in the Union, which are 1.1 billion. And significant, but in my view, still insufficient level of donation. Europe donated 120 million doses, 60% through COVAX, 40% through direct donations. And a substantial part of this is going to North Africa and Western Balkans, 22 million for North Africa, what we call the southern neighborhood in the European Union, and 5 million doses in the Western Balkans. So we have no time to speak about foreign aid in general, but I think that commitment on vaccination was a concrete demonstration of how, for the European Union, this Mediterranean environment is a friend and important.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We have to leave there. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Andrea.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat as we are going to start the next session right now. Please take your seat. Thank you.
Okay. We can go? Okay. Good morning, everybody. After 2 years of, almost 2 years of pandemic, we can see the effects on the world, and we are interested in the effects of the MENA regions. And some problems got worse. thinking about unemployment rate for young people mostly. I am thinking about disruption in core health system. I'm thinking about poor business environment. And these problems affect mostly young people, women, refugees. And we don't have to forget that the MENA regions gives shelter to 9 million refugees, while European Union, to make a comparison, less than a third. According to a recent estimate, in the region, 18 million people are at risk of falling into poverty due to the economical slowdown. And if economy slows down, everything gets worse, and including the social organization and the social contract. We would like to think here that an eventual recovery from the pandemic could give the region the opportunity of tackling some of the problems the region has, structural problem, and maybe also reshape the social contract, building a more inclusive society. So these opportunities and challenges at the same time, I'd like to talk with our two speakers, Nasser Kamel, who is the Secretary General of the Union for Mediterranean, and Ulrich Vestergaard-Knudsen, Deputy Secretary General of OECD. I will start with Mr. Kamel. Your organization brings together the countries of European Union and Southern and Eastern Mediterranean. And we saw that many MENA countries underwent all sorts of turmoils in these last 10 years, war, revolution, economic disruption, sometimes economic disaster, and pandemic made things worse. So I would like to ask you, how can your organization, which is fostering dialogue and linking countries, can answer to this situation, can help this region to face these challenges, because this pandemic made the need of reform even greater?
Well, thank you very much for a very important question. And I do fully agree with you that this region has faced so many challenges in the last 10 years. And then we had the pandemic with its ripple effect on the region. I mean, globally, we know that 8.7% have lost their jobs, globally speaking. We live in a region, when I talk about the Southern Mediterranean region, where 40% are unemployed, where 1 out of 10 is not either in employment or education or any other training, where 70% of the workforce is working in the informal economy. All of this has compounded to a certain degree the socio-economic challenge the region is facing. The answer is actually multiple-fold. One is, of course, deeper integration between the north of the Mediterranean and the south of the Mediterranean, because this region is facing the same challenge. We have a galloping demography in the south, a declining demography in the north. We have migration, which is becoming a very sensitive issue in the north. We have Europe's place in the world being questioned by the rising power of China, India, and that of North America. And I think the fate of the region, of the southern neighborhood and the EU, is in deeper economic integration, investment, and complementarity. And in trying, during the recovery from the pandemic, in building back, as we say, better. And by better, greener, bluer, capitalizing on the new energy transition to create a new form of economic activity, and dealing also with the digital divide between the north and the south. So regional integration, co-investment, solidarity, and of course, focusing on women and youth because they are the driver of more growth in the future, and they are the most vulnerable, disadvantaged category of our society today.
Yes, I would like to focus a little bit more about young people, because it is true, Europe is a continent getting old. And in the MENA region, the young population is the majority. I saw that in the 21% of population in the EU is over 65. In the MENA region is just 5%. So we have a huge amount of young people with no job, with no future.
Yes.
And I think that really the European Union should look at this youth not as a threat, the menace, but as an opportunity. Do you think that that could happen? And also, how can your organization help the education? Because we know that education is almost all.
In economics, as in so many other things, size matters. And the EU, to be able to hold its position in today's world, as I said, needs to further integrate with the Southern Mediterranean. The pandemic has showed the vulnerability of the value chain system that we have today in terms, and we have seen the limitation of being dependent on value chain extending thousands of miles all the way to Southeast Asia and other regions of the world. My answer to this demographic challenge, to the challenge to globalization that we have faced during the pandemic, is by more what we call today inshoring or proximization, meaning that Europe has to look to the Southern Mediterranean as a platform for production of what is not being produced in Europe, instead of looking to China and further away. By more economically integrating the Southern neighborhood, you would be able to deal, one, with the issue of demographic imbalance that you just mentioned. You'll be able to deal with the issue of a diminishing weight of Europe in today's world economy. And you will be able to deal with the root causes of the migration issue and also the underlying political tension in the region that are, to a large extent, related to the economic condition, not to mention, of course, the climate challenge we're facing today. So more cooperation, more integrating the Southern neighborhood economies within a larger context of a Euro-Mediterranean framework of cooperation.
Do you think that the recent new agenda for the Mediterranean that the European Union established, and the very recent global gateway, which allows up to 30 billion euro for investment in the Mediterranean region, can help, are really something, or is just on the paper?
No, I'd have to commend the Commission for coming up with the Southern Neighborhood New strategy for two reasons. One, it's the first time that this strategy is solely designed for the Southern Mediterranean. The previous one was done for the Southern and Eastern neighborhood, and it wasn't customized to the real needs and to the reality in the South Mediterranean. Second, it comes with an investment plan, and that's extremely important. This 30 billion, actually, it's not 30 billion, it's 7 billion, with the ability to mobilize behind, as you rightly mentioned, 30 billion and even more. So for this, I feel that this time around, it is more targeted, more suited, and more taking into consideration the reality on the ground. Is it enough? My answer is no. Because the region needs at least 150 billion US dollars, I'm talking in dollars, sorry, not in euros, to invest.
It's almost the same these days. It's almost the same these days, the dollar and the euro.
Okay. In investing in infrastructure and in the green transition. So it will take also some heavy lifting from the countries of the region, because of course they have to do their bit, but some investment from the north. If Europe wants to respect and fulfill its promise of carbon neutrality by 2030, of zero net emission by 2050, I don't see any other way but investing in renewable in the Southern Mediterranean. I mean, some studies are showing that solar power alone in the southern Mediterranean could provide the whole of the Euro-Mediterranean region with 10 times their actual consumption of power. So green transition is one of those answers. Co-investment is one of those answers. The new agenda for the southern neighborhood is also part of the answer. The engagement of countries like Italy, France, Spain, Germany in investing in green hydrogen, in solar power, in renewable in general, and bridging the digital divide between the south and the north, and preparing the region for the new jobs. We all know that 40% of today's job will be irrelevant in the next 15 to 20 years. Disruptive technology has had an impact. So we need to prepare the region to deal with the new economy, with the fourth industrial revolution, and that will give the region the possibility to grow together and to lower the level of tension and political instability.
Well, Mr. Kamal gave us a full panel, a full option of problems and also challenges. And so I would like to ask you, Mr. Knudsen, is your organization, which some of the richest countries in the world, only two of the MENA area, Israel and Turkey, how can your organization help this region to not only develop, but also avoiding corruption, because sometimes with money, corruption thrives, and to create opportunity which goes to the people, not only to the, to the power?
Well, let me say, first of all, there's a macro, meta, if you like, top-down approach to this. And I very much agree with Nasser, what he said about that. And then there's a bottom-up approach that's very much related to trust. But first, the meta, the mega trend level here, I totally agree with Nasser that with geopolitical change, green and digital transformation, and across the Mediterranean, we have migration challenges, and we have declining populations in the north and increasing populations in the south. There's absolutely no doubt that this macro environment, it calls for more cooperation across the Mediterranean. It calls for more cooperation between the EU and the MENA region. It calls for more OECD engagement, my organization, with the MENA region. And that's why we're working closely together, not only on stage, but actually also off stage, and NASA and I, to try to achieve that. But there's also a bottom-up aspect here. 10 years ago, we had a financial crisis. We had the uprisings in the Arab world. I think both of them impacted trust in government tremendously. We're not doing that well in OECD countries. We have about 51% of our population saying that they have trust in government. But in the MENA region, that figure is as low as 34%. It hasn't really recovered since the Arab uprisings. That's one big obstacle to what you ask about on engaging civil society, on engaging people in the future of their countries. 87%, that's a high figure, right? 87% of people across the MENA region consider that corruption with governments is rampant. So trust and anti-corruption efforts are really, really important. There is something to build on. In Tunisia, for example, 59% of Tunisians reported that they considered that citizens could actually make a difference in fighting corruption. So the outlook may not be too good, but there is optimism. So there is sort of a fertile ground for improving this situation. Transparency, integrity in the public sector to engage citizens, and also civil society, we think at the OECD are very, very important in tackling some of these issues. And you asked specifically what the OECD could do, and I think there are three important elements in this regard. I'm going to be a little bit more specific now. First, we are an international standard setting body. That is a big part of what we do. We have developed a so-called standard. It's called a recommendation on public integrity. And we believe that could actually help globally, leveling the playing field, but also provide in MENA a blueprint for a public integrity strategy. We're working with Morocco for that, for example. So that's one on public integrity. But then we also, secondly, do regional comparative assessments. And here we work together with NASA and his team, the Union for the Mediterranean, for partnering on recent report that actually provides a lot of recommendations on how the regional integration in the region can be strengthened. This is not only about cooperating between Europe and the Mediterranean, it's also inside the MENA region. And then lastly, I would like to mention a MENA OECD initiative on governance and competitiveness for development, because if we don't get good governance, if we don't get the right competitiveness tools, it'll be difficult to foster that inclusive growth that we're looking for. We want growth, but we also want it to be inclusive. We want to address, as NASA said, the digital divides and other divides. We want to increase improve the situation for the vulnerable groups that you mentioned in the beginning, Enrique, the women, youth, the vulnerable, the refugees. So growth has to be there, but it has to be inclusive, sustainable, and balanced.
I will go back to the migrant issue later, but you mentioned the digital divide, and I was quite impressed because the MENA region has one of the highest connected population in the world, which is quite a lot, 72%, when the world average is 57%. The EU is 84%, so 72 is quite a lot. So I think, and maybe it's a question for you both, this is probably, of course, because we saw that it's a young region, a lot of young people, but gives also to the region a great opportunity because the digital transformation can be easier in a place where 72% is connected. So I would like to ask, what are your organization doing to exploit this, which is an advantage, and also to Mr. Knudsen, if OECD had project to push this?
Well, yes, the number of people connecting in the region is quite high compared to other regions in the world. Of course, not compared to Europe, but compared to other regions. But the reality on the ground, when it comes to the economic activity, only 8% of small and medium-sized enterprise are online in terms of marketing, sales, and reaching out to their customer or even to their providers. Only 2% of retail in our region, I'm talking about the South, have a digital footprint. So the high level of connectivity on in the population has not yet been translated into the real economy. And this is where we need me and us and the OECD and everybody else to work on that by mainstreaming digitalization, by democratization of digitalization in the business, in the manufacturing sector, in the retail sectors, by training our youth on using their access in a useful and productive way. And it's easier in our case than other regions because we are connected, but we are not necessarily using this connectivity in order to increase our economic activity, except in one sector where we are actually scoring quite high, which is the fintech. All those new applications, online banking, non-banking financial service are extremely very advanced in our region. But the rest, we're still way behind. And I think if we don't deal with that, we will lag behind in terms of even GDP growth in the next few years. And here it's a challenge that we need to deal with in order to bring or to bridge that divide between the connectivity and the economic impact of that connectivity on the real economy.
Maybe to
Sure. I think again the two levels here. There's a country-specific level, and then there's perhaps a more regional, global level. On the country-specific level,
I think the high degree of connectivity in the MENA region is really, really good news, because it ties with what we've been discussing so far. It is actually an extra opportunity, an extra channel to engage with citizens, to engage with civil society. If you have that kind of connectivity, you have better ways of succeeding with the digital government. We've been promoting what we call an open government agenda. We've been working with Tunisia and Morocco on that. They've actually adhered to our recommendation on open government. The digital environment gives them a better way of digesting, or putting digestible information to citizens, to consult stakeholders, and to engage citizens in a different way. So that's one thing that's very, very important. But I would also, again, go 10 years back. And if you look at where we were 10, 12 years ago when we were exiting the last big financial crisis, we turned on the engine of globalization full on, because that was the only economic engine we knew. I think we were right to do so. But maybe somewhere along the way, we forgot that globalization does not by itself automatically distribute the benefits evenly. Now we're at the end, I hope, of another crisis, a pandemic and economic crisis. And we're again turning to globalization, and this time round, perhaps also increasingly, the digital transformation. Those are the two global economic engines we know. And I think we're right in doing that. But there are some similarities here between the globalization engine and the digitalization engine. They're both enormous, enormous generators of growth, but none of them make sure that these benefits are distributed evenly. I think we have now learned the lesson from the financial crisis. I think we're now fully aware that globalization and economic growth has to be inclusive, sustainable, green, and so on. What I'm afraid is that we're going to repeat the mistake of the last decade in a different way, namely when we look at the digital transformation. Because the big risk this time is not the uneven distribution of benefits from globalization, but the uneven distribution of benefits from the digital transformation. Nasser, you already addressed it. But if we're opening up a digital divide across regions, but also internally in countries, but also across genders and places and so on, I think we're setting ourselves up for a new socio-economic disaster is maybe a big word, but new socio-economic problems. And then you will invite us to a panel here in Rome 10 years down the line and ask us what went wrong with the digital transformation. So I think we have a chance now. I know it's so popular and banal to talk about building back better, but maybe connecting better this time. So I think there's a tremendous opportunity there for the MENA region, because you're right, they're already much more connected than other parts of the world. So there is every opportunity now to tap into that and make sure that the MENA region is also going to experience a digital transformation that will not only benefit the economies, but also mean a more active engagement with citizens. That could then again drive some of the factors I said in the beginning, that actually could drive more trust, less corruption, more transparency. We've actually seen already in the MENA region during the pandemic, digitalization at breakneck speeds. We've seen teleworking, we've seen tele-education, just take off like never before. So I think this is actually an area to be mindful of, but it's also an area that can give cause for great optimism for the region.
I know that unfortunately you have to leave a little bit earlier, so I want to ask you, listening to Mr. Knudsen, he said that we have to learn from the mistakes of the past. Mr. Kamel, you are a diplomat, you have been dealing with Europe and Mediterranean relationship for the last 3 decades. So I will ask you, really, there is some lesson to learn from the past, because diplomacy failed in so often. We saw wars, revolution, disruption, and probably we can do better. And saying we, I mean organizations like yours, like OECD, and even the European Union. Do you think this is the case?
Well, diplomacy has a tendency historically to focus on hotspots, on crises, and not to deal with the root causes. that lead to those crises. Especially in the last 10 years that you rightly mentioned, the region has going through lots of challenges, internal conflicts, civil wars, and other challenges. In my view, we need to be more focusing as diplomats, as governments, on dealing with the root causes. This is a region that is facing, as I said in the beginning, some common challenges. We are warming 20%. When I say we, I mean the Euro-Mediterranean region. We are warming 20% faster than the rest of the world. We have 7 out of the 10 cities that will be most affected by climate action or by climate change are Mediterranean cities. I mean, Guterres mentioned, and Boris Johnson mentioned by name a couple of cities in the Mediterranean that could stop to exist if we don't take the right mitigation and adaptation measures. So as a diplomat who has served 30 years in Europe, representing a southern Mediterranean country, which is Egypt, my advice is exactly what I said in the beginning. Europe and the southern Mediterranean need to invest on integrating better their economies, on working on the vulnerability and the weakness to make them generator of growth, working on this demographic divide to tap into the potential of this working force that is ready, able. Let's not forget that the southern Mediterranean region has one of the highest education rate in developing countries of the world. The cost of labor in our region is extremely competitive compared to Southeast Asia. As I said before, supply chains have proved long supply chains have proved their limitations. So let's bring more investment within the larger Euro-Mediterranean region. The digital divide, let's train our youth to deal with the new jobs, what we call today the job of the future, those who are more compatible with the fourth industrial revolution. The platform economy, what I call it, the platform economy. Let's train our youth in ICT not to be able to Instagram and tweet, but to be able to sell and buy and produce and communicate better to further their business and to grow their business into the next stage. Let's try, and this is exactly what OECD and the UFM is doing, advocate with our government on a long-term approach. Instead of focusing on today's hotspots, let's prevent tomorrow's hotspots by being preventive, inventive, and by investing in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon.
I can do.
Yeah, I think, let me see, if you don't want to miss your plane, I think you have to.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
I'm sorry
you.
for...
We continue. Well, investing in the future and have long-term vision is something that we see the politics have some difficulties because they have to face elections. So it's really difficult to do something which has a long-term vision. Maybe an organization like yours can help in that. Let's think, he mentioned the climate change. Really, Mediterranean is getting worse, 20% faster. And green transition needs money, but I remember that our Prime Minister Draghi in Glasgow and also Prime Minister Johnson said that the money is not the problem because money is there, can be found, but the problem is to spend it in the right way and quickly. So I want to ask you, from this point of view, to tackle the climate change, to fight the climate change and invest in the renewable energy, which the MENA region could be perfect for that. Your organization has some project to deal with this.
I think It was interesting yesterday, really, to participate in a panel. I was on this stage, or maybe it was another stage, with 4 or 5 representatives of youth, and to see their sense of urgency. These were also representatives from the MENA region. Gave me a lot of optimism, because you're right, the MENA region has already seen more dire consequences from climate change so far than many other regions. So I think you're right that the engagement of the young generation is important, but of course also the engagement of our generation. You can't just say that it's an issue of money, and even if it wasn't, even if it were an issue of money.
Yes, hello, this is OPEC.
Yes, hi. Welcome, first of all.
Okay.
Yeah, super. We are really glad to being able of hosting your Secretary General.
So even if you want to look at this through
Yes.
Yes.
How is the picture for you?
Let's go back to COVID. Of course, we saw in these almost 2 years of pandemic that the pandemic can't be solved in one part of the world, let's say the richest part of the world. This Omicron, either we save the entire world or we are not safe. But I don't think that we are doing better, because the reaction to the Omicron was to shut the flights, and this proves to be ineffective and also injustice towards South Africa. And let's see the vaccine divide, which is really still big. The vaccine is the only weapon we have so far. In the MENA region, what struck me is we have the worst 5 countries in the world for vaccinated population: Yemen, Syria, Libya, Iraq, Egypt, all under 10% of vaccination rate of adult population. So I think that this is something that has to be solved. We rich countries has to do something to help, not only provide vaccine, but also distribute vaccine to these countries which are so near us. What your organization is doing something on that.
Mm-hmm. I perfectly agree. And we said when we delivered, we delivered our economic outlook earlier this week, but the last time we did that in the spring, I think it was in May, we said quite clearly to the world's decision makers and politicians that even though we're headed for monumental growth globally this year, we were headed for about 6% growth. We haven't had growth in that magnitude since 1973. So the biggest growth this year in 50 years. We said in May, but we're not going to realize the full potential of it. We're not going to have an evenly spread growth unless we vaccinate all. And the biggest threat to the economic recovery is actually not economic. It does not stem from the economy as such. The biggest threat to the economic recovery, we said in May, stemmed from not vaccinating all, because we're not out of this pandemic until everyone is out. And what do we see? Then we see the Delta variant coming. Now we see the Omicron variant. coming, and again bringing economic growth not only in developing countries and the MENA region and developed countries, OECD countries at risk, but basically the global recovery is now again at risk, and we are downgrading our prognosis for growth this year. And we are now saying again and urging governments around the world to make sure that vaccination reaches all, because not only is it the right thing to do, it's the thing you should do out of solidarity, but it's even in the interest of the governments who are holding back on these vaccinations.
A failure because
I don't think failure is too strong a word. We have seen a failure of solidarity during this pandemic. There's no doubt about that, and we are now seeing the results of that with a new variant, rampaging across the world.
We are running out of time, unfortunately. I heard some in what you were previously saying, some hint of optimism in the situation. I'm personally, but my opinion doesn't count, not optimist at all. So I want you to convince me why you think that there is optimism, since we are not learning from our mistakes.
I'm not an optimist either, but so it's difficult for me to provide optimism. But I do think that there are also a few positive lessons from the pandemic. One is that we actually did change our behavior, which is what we need to do also in the climate change crisis. The other thing is that we've spent a lot of time the last 10 years saying that globalization doesn't work and so on, but we would not have been able even to create a vaccine if we hadn't had globalization and a lot of cooperation across continents, across public-private sectors. So it was actually quite a miracle that we were able to, as a planet, to develop this vaccine so quickly. So the world moves ahead in a constant mix of progress and downturns. And there's lots to dive into there for both optimists and pessimists. I would like to say one thing at the end, because I'd hope I'd have a chance to say that as well. We also need to make sure that we engage women, both in the MENA region and in the globe. We're not going to get a full live up to the full potential of what we can do in this recovery if we don't bring in also the entire population, and both in OECD countries and in the MENA region, we are only progressing way too slowly on that, and it has not helped the situation, of course, that the women have been harder hit by the pandemic because they're working in informal sectors, in agriculture, in domestic work, and so on. So that could be one cause for optimism if we could take positive steps towards gender equality and inclusion of women in a recovery that's green, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive.
So the only hope is on women. Okay.
Let's end that way.
In a year time, if we will make some progress. Thank you very much, Mr. Knudsen. Thank you, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, we remind you that next session starts at 12:30. Thank you.
Hello? Okay, sorry, I had to end the previous live session, and so I had to interrupt the test, but now we are all set. The previous session is just finished, so
Okay,
we are
but as
perfectly
far as I
on.
know, we are 12:30, our meeting.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
That's correct. We
so,
have 15 minutes of buffer. I just
yeah.
wanted to test that everything is set. And then you can ask Secretary General to, I would say, sit 5 minutes prior to the starting of the session. Is that okay for you? So
Okay,
we
this is
just,
okay for us. Do we have to reconnect now?
no, you can stay online.
Okay.
No problem. You can stay in Zoom. We are here, and you just check. I would say 5 minutes before the start of the panel. So in the meanwhile, we set the stage, and then he will be able to interact with Dr. Descalzi and the moderator.
Ok, ci vediamo, ci sentiamo. Ciao.
Grazie, ciao.
Prego. Grazie, ciao.
Spaniello.
Huh?
Spaniello?
What?
Is this Spaniello?
No, Italian.
Italian.
They're not going to speak Spanish on Italian government.
But
maybe we should talk with them.
Go.
Where shall I go now?
He's crazy. He just wants to find a space to talk.
Hello?
Yes, OPEC is here.
Yes, OPEC is here, great. And no, just sometimes I just double check because I have the update from the
No,
main.
non siamo scappate via.
Ottimo, perfetto.
Perfetto, sì. Dai, 2 o 3 minuti. È
Sì.
abbastanza? Sì?
Sì, sì, è perfetto, è
Va bene.
perfetto.
Grazie,
Grazie.
ciao.
Perfetto, però il proprio ministro io non sapevo la facesse.
Secretary General, welcome. You're muted. Just your microphone needs to. I cannot hear you.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, hi, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. How are
Good
you?
afternoon, welcome. Sorry if I. Okay, so you see a live window on the Zoom. That is the
Yes.
way you follow what is happening. We are
Okay.
set in the main conference room in this very minutes.
Okay.
I will now open the audio with the live conference room. You will see a video loop, which is the
Okay.
one you are already seeing. Then
Okay.
we will have a video presentation of the session, and we will start the panel.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Jasmine. Jasmine.
are going to start next session. We kindly invite you to take your seat. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Giacomo Luciani. I am the scientific director of the Master in International Energy at Sciences Po in Paris. And I have this morning, or this afternoon now, the great honor of moderating this session, which is devoted to the decarbonization of the wider Mediterranean and of the oil exporting countries, with the participation of Claudio Descalzi, who is the CEO of ENI, and Mr. Barquindo, who is the Secretary General of OPEC. So it is a small panel, if you wish, but extremely high caliber. And it's a great occasion for me to be moderating this. Without further delay, because the session is expected to be rather short, I would start asking the question, the key question: do you believe, Mr. Descalzi, we begin with you, do you believe that it is possible to decarbonize the economies of the oil and gas exporting countries? And how should this be solved?
No, everything is possible, clearly, if you have the right technologies and you have the money to do that, and if you have the need. I think that worldwide we have the need to decarbonize our energy sector. Clearly, I think that we have to start from the big countries that with a larger portion of emission. So when we consider Africa, without talking about the North Africa, but Africa in general, that is the biggest continent in the world, and they have a potential solar and wind, solar energy especially, and oil and gas more than the US, for example. But they produce just the 3% of the total CO2 equivalent emissions. So I think that we have to face this issue of decarbonization, starting from the richest country, that's with a larger portion of emissions. So the OECD countries represent, considering also China, about 65–70% of the worldwide emissions. So we have to focus on that, and we have to help using the right technology and the right kind of investment to help to decarbonize, to change the energy mix more than decarbonize, because there is no big emission over there. And we are working in this sense with the countries. We are in 15 countries in Africa, and we are the major company in North Africa, in Algeria, in Libya, in Egypt. We are working with them in this sense.
Mr. Barquindo, some of the OPEC countries position themselves as being leaders in decarbonization. For example, some of the Gulf countries are proposing to invest very large sums in reducing the carbon content of their oil and gas and in capturing the CO2 which is emitted in their economies. Do you see this as being sufficient or potentially extended to all the members of OPEC?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and in particular my friend Claudio for extending this invitation to participate even virtually from Vienna due to the lockdown conditions under which we are operating currently. But it's a great honor to be with you in this very important panel and discussing this very topical issue that Claudio and I had also touched upon when we last met in Abu Dhabi during the ADIPEC. First things first, it's important for our audience to understand that we in OPEC, we are fully supportive of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. We have been participants from the inception of these negotiations. As a matter of fact, all our member countries have signed the Paris Agreement. Almost all have ratified the Paris Agreement. We are part and parcel of the global climate pact that were entered into in Glasgow recently. As Claudio just said correctly, although Africa, for example, where we have 7 of our member countries, contribute probably around 3% of global emissions, we are being asked to take upon commitments that are beyond the capacity.
Yes, lost. Is there a problem with the connection?
So maybe it's better to...
Okay.
But we are also being asked to take upon commitments that are beyond our capacity. Our members, I must assure you, are doing everything possible in accordance with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capacities of countries to cater for their populations in protecting them from the impact of climate change. But to be able to join the rest of the world in a collective manner, we need technology, we need financing, we need capacity building, and all these are enshrined in the Paris Agreement. But unfortunately, the parties that have the commitment and obligations to provide us with this are lagging behind. And this conversation is very important to draw the attention of the world that we must have a global solutions to this global challenge.
Correct. Thank you. All scenarios that we have about the future envisage a continuing role for oil and gas, at least for several decades from now. And even the most advanced and hopeful scenario published by the International Energy Agency, the net zero scenario, envisages continuing use of oil and gas by 2050. And the alternative scenario, which is based on what governments are actually doing and promising to do, in reality envisages even higher continuing consumption. So the oil companies are being discouraged from investing in upstream oil and gas. We frequently hear that you should stop investing altogether in oil and gas. And this is creating a situation of real insufficient investment. How do you think this may be addressed, and what might be the consequences of systematic underinvestment in upstream oil and gas?
No, I think that we can see the consequences of this kind of situation without saying that is because the investors or policymakers ask us to stop, but for other reasons. Oil price dropped, gas price dropped in the last 8 years, and also the COVID, so the demand dropped. So what is the situation now? That as soon as the demand restarts, it restarts with the same kind of products, oil, gas, and coal. Coal is still the major contributor in the electricity market. And we don't have supply. The gas price is 6 times more in Europe, 5 times more in Far East, and 2 times more in North America, because the lack of investment. And we see that we struggle now. A lot of fertilizer companies in the UK shut down, and a lot of middle and small industry in Europe and worldwide are suffering because the gas price is too high. So that is a consequence to stop completely. So I think, you know, we have to build the future, and I believe I'm a believer in a different kind of energy environment, energy mix, and we need really to have a very low carbon, a zero carbon emission as soon as possible. Clearly, also before 2050. But you have to, if you want to work for the future, but you are not in the future, you have to handle your past. And the past is not a past of 5, 6 years, a past of 2 centuries that we built up on infrastructure, industrial processes, on coal first, then on oil and gas. So we cannot delete, like in a screen on a computer, this kind of past. We cannot. That's why we delete ourselves. We have to decarbonize our past. So when we talk about decarbonization, we mean also to capture the CO2, because we have to give the time to all our industry, our people, our society, to decarbonize in terms of habits and in terms of kind of products. So what is existing, we have to capture the CO2. You have to store the CO2. There are many projects in North Sea, existing in the US. We participate in the North Sea. We won a tender, and the UK government is financing all the projects in the southwest, and we have also in the southeast the same kind of project. We have in Italy a big capacity. So we have to try to decarbonize, and meanwhile we have to promote new industrial products. We do in Europe, we have to do in the OECD countries, but as Dr. Barkindo said, in Africa, like in Middle East, we have a huge amount of different projects. So we started renewable in Africa, for example, in the 90s, you can imagine, in the sub-Saharan. But we have big project in Algeria and Egypt and in Tunisia, especially Algeria and Tunisia, because we started some years ago, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, replacing the gas consumption that we use for our internal energy production with renewables during the day. There is a very huge coverage there. So we can go free up a lot of gas for the domestic market or for the export for the country. And we signed recently a project of green hydrogen in Egypt and in Algeria. And a project to capture, because they have a lot of depleted reservoirs, but they have fertilizer, they have petrochemicals. And with this depleted reservoir, with all the existing infrastructure, we had to capture the CO2 at the chimneys and then transport and storage. So I think that the sensitivity or really the focus that the producing country have, I'm talking about Africa, North Africa, but clearly in Saudi Arabia or in Abu Dhabi, in Qatar, so they have technology, but they have also the capital. So the national company, they can invest. They have investor capital. In North Africa, it's more difficult. So as a private company that worked there for 70 years, I feel we feel the responsibility to invest and give these technologies to change, as I said before, the energy mix.
Mr. Berkindo, if the international oil companies are discouraged from investing in upstream oil and gas, you know, the burden will fall on the shoulders of the national oil companies. And as Dr. Descalzi just said, some of the national oil companies are sufficiently strong from a financial point of view that they can invest, but not all. How do you see this situation evolving, and what consequences might it have for OPEC?
I think it's important to contextualize your very important question. First of all, the challenge before the industry and the world today is to contain and reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. That's number one. Number two, for our industry, capital investments and the provision of appropriate and timely technology are indispensable in our efforts to decarbonize not only the industry, but the world. And as I said earlier, corroborated by Claudio, this is a global challenge. The greenhouse gas emissions is a global challenge. The efforts by the world to reduce the emissions, it's a global challenge and needs a global solution. In trying to garner for this global solution, we cannot select who should do what. To expect national oil companies to bear the burden of continuing to invest in this industry, not only for decarbonization, but also for supply security and market stability, I think it's very, very unrealistic. In 2020, we saw that investments contracted by an unprecedented 30% in the upstream of the oil and gas sector, 30%. And before then, in 2015, 2016, for 2 consecutive years, we saw investments contract by 27%, which was also unprecedented. Now, for us to recover from this, from now to 2045, we estimate in OPEC that we would need about 11.8 trillion US dollars from now to 2045 for investments in the upstream, in the midstream and downstream. Now, how on earth can we expect the national oil companies to bear this burden? This global solution requires all stakeholders on board, and the provision of capital, which is the lifeblood of this industry, is also indispensable. But capital in what? To also provide the appropriate technologies. The technologies are there. You have heard from Claudio the great efforts they are making, especially in Africa, in the Middle East and other places. So it is only through these collaborative efforts with all the parties, national oil companies, IOCs, international banks and financial institutions, all working together in order to achieve the objectives of Paris, now taken on board by the Glasgow Climate Pact.
Thank you. I would like to ask now about the point that Dr. Berkindo just raised about market stability and how to encourage the level of investment which is required. Are we looking forward towards continuing higher prices of oil and gas in the future because of difficulty in immobilizing the investment and resistance on the part of many quarters?
So if we look at the period 2008, 2014, and then we compare with the period as my friend Dr. Barkindo said, 2015 up to now, we have a reduction of 45% of investments.
Yes.
Is per year, each year. So instead of investing about between 700 and 800 billion every year, we are investing 350, 300 and 400. So it's really, I don't think that in the future we will be able to go back to this kind of investments. I think it's impossible because who is investing in the transition? The private sectors.
Yes.
So it's not I know we have COP26, we have policy maker, but then you have to put money. You must have the technology. And now it's not a dilemma, but you have to invest at least 30% or maybe more of your money, your investment, first of all in R&D, new technology, at least that is for us, because we develop our proprietary technologies, because for the future, you cannot buy the technology because we have just the technology of the present. And then you have to invest in the new deployment of these technologies. And a huge amount of money. We invest 5 billion in these new technologies in the last 6 years. So you cannot consecrate or give the same kind of attention that you gave in the past to the exploration and production. At least we cannot do that. So clearly, I think, depend on the gas is really linked to the season. So it's like the cold season, you need more gas. So I think that by the springtime, you can go back, but not go back to the $2 or $3 per million BTU that you got before 2 years ago, but go back maybe to 10, 15. That is still very high. For oil is maybe a little bit different. Is on the spot market, it's really volatile. And we have to add also the COVID that now with the fourth wave is creating a additional volatility. So from one side, we have to be green, and we want to be that green, and then we have also COVID. So we have different variables that we don't know in the equation, so you can have infinite solutions from a mathematical point of view, but clearly for the oil is a little bit different. So the market is not stable. But behind that, to be pragmatic, the real issues is energy security. Because if you are not able to invest, you still have the demand that is shaped on the past. And we have the supply that is shaping in a different way for the future. There is a gap. And there is no money to satisfy everything. And the private sectors have to invest. And when you have a public company, a listed company, you have every quarter to justify if you are in the market, you're not any protection. There is no regulatory framework that help you to invest and recover on the system, but you have to recover from what you are doing. Every quarter, they ask you good results. So you have to work on the short, but work on the future. That is the private sector. And from the government point of view, they have to look at the future, but they have to also to consider and handle the energy security needs for the society in the present. So I think that we must be very pragmatic and realistic and try to consider every kind of possible technology that help us to reduce the CO2 without destroying the past or the present. And we cannot work now in 2030, 2040, 2050. We are here today. Our needs are needs of today. We have to be believers, but we cannot be dreamers.
Yes. Dr. Berkindo, OPEC has been very successful in the past year during the COVID pandemic to stabilizing the oil market. And avoiding a collapse of prices. As we look forward, if there is a situation of rising oil prices, will OPEC be able to contain this rise and make it bearable for the consumers around the world? Or is this just a one-way action imposing a floor but not a ceiling to prices?
If you look back at the existence of OPEC in the last 60 plus years since the organization was founded in Baghdad in September of 1960, the world has witnessed about 7 oil cycles. The latest one is the current one, the COVID-induced cycle. And as you said, in 2020, we saw some unprecedented events in the market as a result of this pandemic. And we rose to the challenge together with our partners in the non-OPEC producing countries to take extraordinary decisions, and jointly implemented these decisions literally to rescue the industry. We saw, if you recall, in April, and Claudio will confirm that, demand crashed by over 20 million barrels, 20 million barrels a day. We had never seen this in history of oil. And we saw prices took a historic slump as a result of that. At one point in New York, we saw WTI for the first time in history selling at negative prices. Now, we don't hope that such a cycle will ever recur. We believe this is just caused by this health pandemic, and we are glad that the world is also doing everything they can to contain this virus once and for all. And we remain optimistic that the worst is over despite the uncertainties with regards to the new variants, whether Delta or Omicron and what have you. But our framework of cooperation with the non-OPEC producing countries that we call the Declaration of Cooperation that we entered into in December of 2016 continues to be relevant, not only in that cycle, 2015, 2016, and also in this current cycle, when we found out that there was no need to reinvent the wheel, we should continue the application of that framework and continue with our supply adjustments. And we can see that we have been able to survive 2020. And in 2021, our numbers are showing that we will continue this trajectory of recovery. As a matter of fact, we have postulated that GDP will rise by 5.6% in 2021 and 4.2% next year. And in terms of demand for oil, we are already in December. So the estimate at the moment is about 5.7 million barrels a day growth. And in 2022, we expect another 4.2 million. And we are continuing the application of the decisions taken under the framework of Declaration of Cooperation, meeting monthly with the non-OPEC producing countries, continuing to remain focused on the evolution of the market, despite all the uncertainties and the volatility that we continue to see, that which are also due to extraneous factors, not necessarily the fundamentals of oil and gas. But we will continue to do what we know best to ensure that we attain stability in the oil market on a sustainable basis.
Thank you very much. Mr. Descalzi, you mentioned that Eni, as all oil companies, needs to invest in various areas. And before we close, I want to ask you about an investment that is perhaps not sufficiently known by the wider public, which is your position in Commonwealth Fusion Systems, which is a company working for fusion, nuclear fusion in the neighborhood of Boston, an offspring of MIT, in which Eni has a significant share. What is your expectation about this investment?
I think that as an energy company, and now it's probably our time, but as an energy company, we have to look at the future. I said that we have to be believers, but in a very pragmatic way. And we started this journey with the MIT about 8 years ago. We work with them from an engineering point of view and supply chain. We define a path with 3 main steps. So the first one was really critical because we had to find the right combination of superconductor that assures the containment of the fusion, so of the plasma. I gave a really, I'm very positive now because the step that we reached in June was really essential. 20 Tesla is the first time that we worldwide that we can reach this kind of value. So that means that it's likely that we can create a reactor with a positive balance in terms of energy. So you need less, you produce more energy that what you use to produce the fusion. Next step is 2025 with a small scale plant that we are going to build in Boston. Now we are, a couple of weeks ago, we tried to gather all the money needed to develop that. In 1 week, we were able to fund about $2 billion. So we are covered now from an investment point of view. So that means that the people believe that we can be succeed. So I'm positive. It's a very short time because 2025 is tomorrow and 2030 for the industrialization is tomorrow. That means that we can have a really revolution in the energy, electricity domain. That means that we can produce energy without big change in the infrastructure. That is the main point. Otherwise, you have to invest too much. And I hope that that could be a very important contribution for humanity.
Mr. Berkindo, how do you see the future of OPEC, especially with respect to innovation and new technologies? For example, the whole movement towards electrification of mobility, of automobiles, and so on and so forth. Are you afraid that technology may undermine OPEC?
To the contrary, we are strong advocates of technology and the application of appropriate technologies in our industry. Historians will tell you that our industry has always been at the forefront of the application of these technologies and hence the evolution of the industry to what we are now across the value chain, upstream, midstream, downstream. And we continue to advocate for the industry to continue to invest in R&D so that we can continue to be the reliable and dependable suppliers of energy to the consuming world. The world before COVID struck last year was consuming nearly 100 million barrels a day of oil every single day. Now we are on course of returning the level of consumption in 2022 to pre-COVID levels. and the below ground resources of nearly 1.5 trillion proven reserves of oil are there, not only for the current generation, but for future generations. 30 years ago, the United Nations came out with a report that fossil fuels accounted for nearly 81% of the global energy mix. Today, it is almost the same. In our forecast to 2045 or even to the mid-century levels, oil and gas will account for over 50% of the global energy mix. And in all the pronouncements we had from Glasgow, we have not yet seen any concrete roadmap or plans of how to replace these 50% plus of energy sources in the global energy mix without creating unprecedented turmoil in the energy markets. What we saw this year in Europe and parts of the world in terms of coal, electricity crisis is just a sign of what to come if we do not remain realistic and pursue our transition policies in accordance with the science, in accordance with data, away from emotions. Oil and gas would be needed for the foreseeable future. What we in the industry are pontificating is the need to source and apply technology to address the emissions that come from the exploration, extraction, refining, and the use of these beautiful sources of energy.
Thank you very much. We have come to the close of this session, and please join me in thanking our speakers. There is no need for me to draw conclusions. I think we got the message loud and clear. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are going to start next session. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this discussion. And we are very pleased and honored to have with us Mr. Josep Borrell, the High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Policy and Security. And we are sure this chat with him will be very interesting with so many issues on the table these days. Joining me in this talk will be Ms. Maha Yahia, the director of the Carnegie Institute Middle East Center. And I would just like to start with Mr. Borrell. As a journalist, I'm Riccardo Chartreux. I'm a deputy director for RAI, for Italian television. And being a journalist, I would just like to start, Mr. Borrell, from today's news, because Pope Francis is in Greece and he's been in Cyprus, and tomorrow he'll be in Lesbos on the border of Europe.
Who?
Pope Francis.
Ah, the Pope.
The Pope, the Pope. And the Pope has had in these last 24 hours some very strong words, and I would say maybe some of his strongest words on Europe and on the mission of Europe, on the destiny of migrants, on the lives of these people, and on the and what goes at the core of the European belief in human rights, democracy, and liberty. And if we look today at the borders of Europe, when I think of foreign policy in a way starts at the borders. You know, it's what is after the borders. If we look at the borders of Europe today, Eastern Mediterranean, Lesbos, the South Mediterranean in front of Italy and Spain, Eastern Europe, Belarus, even the Channel, our border with the UK. In all these borders, we see the tragedy unfolding of migrants. I think this is one issue that goes at the core of what we as Europeans are and want to be. And I would like to ask you, is there a future in which we can imagine some initiative to solve this problem, not from behind the borders, you know, in terms of police or rescue or humanitarian aid, but there is a way to address this big issue that's facing Europe right now?
As you say, migration is a big issue, a multifaceted issue, and migration has to be regulated. What we cannot afford is the perception that migration is a flow that nobody controls, where some people are taking economic advantage because they are the professional of smuggling people, like it has happened in Belarus, and others risk their lives, in some cases being cheated by the possibilities of jumping over a border. All states have the responsibility of protecting their border. And citizens in Europe are afraid because they look at the migration as a phenomenon which looks uncontrolled. So we need migrants in Europe. Some member states will refuse this idea, but in general, we are in a demographic winter in Europe, and we need some people coming from outside. But it has to be done in a regulated and organized way. And these require a common asylum and migration policy. And I have to say, I'm sorry for that, the member states has been unable to agree on a common, this part of the foreign policy that is related with the relationship with people willing to go to your territory. Since the time of Tampere in Finland, until these last days, with a proposal made by the Commission, which has not been accepted yet by the member states. This is a big obstacle. You know, when you abolish the internal borders among several countries, the external border of any one of them becomes the common external border of all of us, all of them. That's what has happened in Europe. We abolish internal borders, but we don't agree on how to manage external borders. So the first thing to do is to have a common understanding among us about how to treat with migrants and asylum seekers. There are two different categories. If there are two different categories, we have to distinguish among them. Don't be hypocritical. Are there two different categories, yes or not? Yes, they are. An asylum seeker is an asylum seeker, and not everybody is an asylum seeker. So we have to make the difference between them. And this requires a procedure. This requires to study who is who and to treat each one in a different way. And this is a difficult, complex problem, which is being exacerbated by some events like the one in Belarus, where you see a regime, a government who is picking up people around the world, telling them stories that come with me, I will bring you to Europe, putting them at risk, creating a humanitarian crisis, and representing a threat to the borders of sovereign states. This cannot be afforded at all. This is weaponizing human beings.
Thanks, Ms. Borrell. And please, Maha, go ahead.
Your Excellency, it's wonderful to be with you on the same platform again. I'll speak with a louder voice, yes. Just changing topics, but still on a common position. We see a changing geopolitical dynamics changing in the Gulf region. There is a United States realignment of its strategic priorities. And yet the EU, with significant repercussions for the entire region, as we're seeing, trouble spots emerging around the region, shifting dynamics, relationships between different countries. My question to you is, will there be an EU strategy for dealing with the Gulf region, for dealing with the Middle East in general, or not?
Well, yes, it will.
What will it look like?
You cannot pretend me to tell you, no, it's not going to be
of course.
a strategy. No? Yes, it's going to be, and we are working on it. You know, the strategies in the European Union have a lot. The word strategy is being widely used in the European Union because everybody requires a strategy, and we have one strategy for every problem. For the Gulf region, we don't have one yet. We're working on it because the Gulf region is becoming more and more strategic for us with a big security issue concerns. The most important one, if I can say about it, because I'm working on it, is the JCPOA, the nuclear deal.
Well, since we are on the JCPOA, may I just do a follow-up question? We just saw what happened in Vienna. Everybody's gone home. Supposedly, we may meet again. You may meet again on next week, but it looks very unlikely. Meanwhile, we're hearing that
no, they will come back next week.
They will come back next week, but this is coming on the heels of maximalist positions, from what we understand, by Iran. Apparently, an increasing in the enrichment activities. Where do you see this going? And should there not be a JCPOA? What does that mean, not only for the region, but for Europe and also for global security?
Yeah, I understand that for the media, the interesting thing is what would happen if such a thing doesn't happen? My job is to try not to have to answer this question.
Okay.
And we are, me and my team as coordinators of the JCPOA, very much engaged on trying to save this agreement. Just true, the negotiators decided to go back to their capitals during the weekend, but they have the commitments of the Iranians that they will come immediately on Monday, Tuesday, they will be in Vienna again. So let's believe it. Secondly, about this figure of 90% enrichment in uranium.
60 we heard.
No, the figure has been on
90.
those days 90, which would be certainly 90 would be quite a worrisome figure because nobody enriches uranium to 90% unless there is for a military purpose. But the Iranians deny it. Personally, the foreign minister of Iran says that that's not true. So let's bring people to the table again. Let's look with real figures. Don't work with a figure that doesn't represent reality. Let's see that for that we have the Atomic Energy Agency, and let's push for negotiation in a goodwill. There are two sides on the deal.
And the obstacles?
And
what are the obstacles then?
The optical?
Obstacles, the challenges.
Look, the JCPOA had two sides. It was not just a nuclear deal. It was a nuclear deal and an economic or trade deal. It was a desk. You stop developing the nuclear capacities and you are rewarded by having trade, free trade and economic rewards. President Trump withdrew unilaterally without taking very much care of the consequences. So let's recognize the fact. Until American withdrawal of the deal, the Iranians were fulfilling the deal. And it's widely recognized by the observer, which is the International Energy Atomics. Now, not only they withdraw, but they put sanctions. Now, if we want to go back to the deal, in order to make Iran to fulfill their nuclear obligations, it has also to be accompanied by lifting the sanctions and going back to the initial deal, which was presenting for Iran some reward. The problem is at which page, who does what first. But we cannot pretend Iran to go back to their nuclear obligations if on the other side there is not also a fulfillment of their part.
Mr. Borrell, let me come to another hot topic, very hot for us in Italy, but in general for Europe and the Mediterranean, that is Libya. We know that there are elections coming and there's a hope that these elections bring about peace and stability in Libya, although it's very much hope and less certainty. Talking about Libya, it reminds me of a sentence by Mr. Staffan de Mistura when he was special envoy for Syria, said about Syria, if it's a proxy war, it takes a proxy peace. It takes that other people come together to bring around peace. Do you think it's possible to bring peace in Libya? And do you think it's possible that the Libyans themselves alone curb the power of armed groups that respond also to foreign actors? And or would there be a need for some external intervention to help them do so? And wouldn't the European Union be the subject for such kind of help?
Well, external intervention in Libya has been quite a lot. I wouldn't say that the Libyans are alone. There are a lot of people from outside Libya, Russian, Turks, mercenaries from the South Africa. There are too many external actors. One of the things that the Libyans need is that these external actions leave the country. And this is part of the solution. And certainly for that, we need elections. For us, elections is not a marvelous magic wand that solves any problem, but it brings legitimacy. And in Libya, we need an interlocutor that has legitimacy recognized by the Libyan people. And the only way that we can get it is through elections. I know how difficult it is to run elections in a country with a strong divisions, East, West, military groups, in the middle of a war. Well, thank God for in the middle of a ceasefire. But it's not easy. None of the problems with which we are dealing are easy. But I think it's much better to run for these elections. If there is no election, then it will be a big question mark. If not elections, then what? How do we share resources? How do you approve a budget? How do you manage a country if you don't have a legitimate government? Because we're putting all our efforts and pressure, knowing the difficulties, knowing that this is not a magic wand, for this election to take place. We are sending a set of technical observers. We are ready to send an electoral observation mission. We are supporting politically, financially, because I don't see which is a better solution. Yes, we can postpone it. There is always a good reason to postpone going to the dentist, no? Or to pass an exam. But you cannot postpone things forever.
Mr. Borrell, if I can take you back to the other side of
Sorry
the
for
Mediterranean.
comparing elections with going to the dentist. No?
They're almost on the same, talking about Libya, they're almost on the same level.
I mean, it's a difficult exercise.
It's a difficult moment.
Today, going to the dentist is not so difficult. No?
Yeah, but it's always unpleasant.
Yes.
Let me take you back to the other side of the Mediterranean, to Syria. If there's one country that brings together many of the themes we've talked about with you today, which is migration, the other side of Iran's activities in the region, there's the JCPOA, there's the economic, but the missing part in the JCPOA, in the nuclear deal, is Iran's regional activities. Syria is a key area for Iran's regional activities, but also the seeming move to bring, to quote somebody recently, bring Syria back. To bring Syria back into the fold somehow, under the leadership of the current president, Bashar al-Assad. Where is the EU in all of this? I understand the impetus, I mean, the struggle being caught between wanting to provide humanitarian aid and yet having to, struggling with the moral implications of normalizing with a regime that has...
Well, it's quite easy. The situation in Syria, and with respect Syria, is more or less the same that in Afghanistan. Someone won the war in Syria and in Afghanistan, but to win the war is not enough to be politically recognized. Okay. And we don't recognize politically, we don't want to increase our diplomatic, we don't want to upgrade our diplomatic relations or our reaching out with the Syrian regime of Assad. I know, because I've been talking with some Arab friends, that the Arab League is reconsidering the possibility of reaccepting Syria again among their ranks. Certainly, I am not going to tell to the Arab League what they have to do. Certainly not. But from our side, by the time being, I don't see any reason to change our stand, which doesn't prevent us from providing humanitarian help, either to Afghanistan or to Syria. We are doing that with the Syrian people outside Syria and inside Syria to the United Nations organizations. Look, some months ago, front pages of the newspapers were Idlib. 1 million people caught in a trap on the need of humanitarian support. Idlib has disappeared off the front pages of the newspapers, but it hasn't disappeared from the geography. These 1 million people are still there. And they survive thanks to humanitarian help being carried through the Turkish border. Every day, 200 trucks bring food and everything, livelihoods for these 1 million people. So yes, we continue helping Syrian people inside Syria and outside Syria. There are 6 million people out of Syria. Doesn't mean that we recognize the Assad government. That is not in our plans to do so. And on the same hand, we are going to provide humanitarian assistance to Afghan people without recognizing the Taliban government.
Let me go to another area of interest for Europe, that is Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, or in general Africa. There is this new European initiative, the gateway to Africa, the global gateway, I think. Global gateway. And it's been presented as a friendly and peaceful competition with China in the continent. And what is its core, and what does it aim to achieve? What is the gateway to the global gateway to Africa for Europe?
It's a way of organizing our relationship with, I wouldn't say the rest of the world, but with our partners around the world to provide a plan, resources, and partnership in order to develop the infrastructures of tomorrow. Look, in the recent days, we have just inaugurated a fiber cable that links Latin America with Europe from the coast of Brazil to Lisbon. This is a very important infrastructure, digital infrastructure. You don't see it, but use it. We are doing a lot supporting infrastructure building in many places of the world. What we want to do with this global gateway is to give a political sense to what we are doing and for what we are doing. And with the amount of resources that one can reasonably imagine that we could put on the table, putting together the resources of the European institutions, the member states, and the leverage capacity that we have with private and public financial institutions. And I think it's a very good idea to present things in an ordered way, in a strategic approach to what we are going to do in the next years. And the press has been presenting it as an answer to the Chinese road and belt. Well, it's an alternative. It's an alternative because for many people, the Chinese proposal has been interesting, but leading them to a high level of indebtedness that for some countries today, especially in Africa, looks unsustainable. We are not going to provide unsustainable debt for the people that partners with us. And yes, certainly China has been doing a lot of work and a lot of reach out and a lot of media work. I wouldn't use another word in order to present them as one who builds in connectivity around the world. While we Europeans, we are also building connectivity around the world for good reasons. And that's what is the global gateway is about, putting together the capacities of the European institutions, the member states, and our financial institutions at the service of a better articulated interactivity in connectivity among countries, and putting especially emphasis on the invisible infrastructures, the digital infrastructures. One of the best ways of connecting people today is not just bridges and roads. It's a former public works minister who is talking, but through the digital infrastructures. And on that, we want to offer to our partners a good deal, which will be an alternative to other deals presented by other global actors. But don't see that in a confrontational way.
No, I said peaceful and friendly.
That's very good. I buy your words.
Excellency, can I just turn to you with the last question? Any messages on Lebanon? There is the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Lebanon sitting right here.
We have been talking coffee together.
Yes. So any key messages on Lebanon in terms of what the government should be doing and what the EU could do more to help?
Well, we have been talking about what we have been doing for Lebanon. It's quite an important amount of financial support. I think the right figure, it's about 11 billion euros in the last 10 years. That's true. Half of that is to support the Syrian refugees, because certainly I have to praise Lebanon for the support they are offering to the Lebanese, to the Syrian refugees, and they need our support. And this support represents about half of the financial support to Lebanon. But 11 billion euros is quite an important amount of money. You know, I went in Lebanon last June to send a clear message. You have to deblock forming a government. If not, we are going to prepare sanctions against the ones who prevent the government from being formed. And we approve a legal framework to these sanctions. Thanks God, or whoever, it was not necessary, because finally the situation went deblocked and now Lebanon has a government. And the government has to deliver. It has to deliver in several fields. First of all, an agreement with the International Monetary Fund, which is a prerequisite for us to engage on a macro financial assistance that we are willing and ready to provide as far as Lebanon government gets an agreement with the International Monetary Fund. Second, to speed up the investigation and the judiciary about the blast on the, which is not progressing. And third, to make the reforms, starting with the electricity sector. And fourth, to try to support the people in Lebanon who are in big distress, which is an important part of the population. For all of that, Lebanon can count on the European Union. We'll continue supporting Lebanon, both politically and financially, but we have to press the political class and the political responsibles in Lebanon to bring solutions to their people. No one else will do it. No one else will do it.
No one else should do it.
And we don't have a hidden agenda with Lebanon. We're there to support, to help. But we are not going to replace or substitute the political leadership of the government, the legitimate government of Lebanon. Sometimes people ask us to do things that we cannot do because we are no longer a colonial power and we don't want to become again.
Hi, Commissioner. Thank you very much on behalf of my colleague and myself. Thank you for a very invigorating conversation. That's it. We're done.
We've got 20 seconds. If you want to say something more.
If you want, I have one more question, if you like. On the less for less, a question on the less for less proposal in the JCPOA.
Less for less.
Yes.
No, I want.
You don't want to comment on that.
I want more for more. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to take your seat as we start the next session right away. Thank you. Please take your seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here. My name is Ali Hassan. I'm an international TV presenter and journalist, and together with Haizam Amira Fernandez from the Elcano Royal Institute, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this very pertinent, very important and timely session. Qatar has solidified its role in international diplomacy through a primarily mediation-oriented foreign policy over the years. So certainly no shortage of topics to be discussed here within the next 30 minutes. I couldn't be more delighted to be joined now virtually from Doha by the Qatari Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani. Great to have you with us, Foreign Minister. Thanks for joining us from Doha.
Thank you very much, Ali, for hosting me today. I'm really happy to join
hello, everybody.
again.
Hello, Minister. Let's go directly to the first question. There's a general sense that crises in the MENA region seem to keep intensifying. How can we bring stability to the Middle East and the Maghreb region?
Well, it's unfortunate to hear this headline always about the Middle East and MENA region, that the crisis is always intensifying. We know that we have a lot of problems and a lot of crises around us, but we believe that the potential in the MENA region is much bigger than what we have right now. In order to overcome these type of crises and stabilize the region, I think we need to intensify our efforts in dialogue and engagement and in addressing the root causes of these crises, which are mainly social and economic roots. So Qatar is trying to play its role within the region and beyond that by introducing Qatar as a platform for dialogue and engagement between different adversaries, and also to extend our help and support to other countries in the region by providing with better opportunities, especially for the youth in our region.
Foreign Minister, your mediation-oriented foreign policy is particularly evident and can be seen quite clearly in Afghanistan, of course, which remains a top priority for your country. You have managed to evacuate about 50,000 Afghans and foreigners from Afghanistan following the Taliban takeover in Kabul in mid-August. What do you expect moving forward? What are the ongoing developments in Afghanistan? And most importantly, what role can your country play in the future of Afghanistan?
Well, first of all, we were honored to host either the dialogue between the US and Taliban, and that put an end for the war over there, and also the inter-Afghan dialogue in the past few years. And unfortunately, with the situation after Taliban entering Kabul and what we have seen as a collapse of the previous government without a clear path for the way forward between or an agreement between them and the Taliban, has led us to this chaos which Afghanistan went through in the past few months. Qatar also was honored to help and support our allies and our partners in Europe and the United States in helping them with the evacuation operation. Qatar has rescued more than 70,000 from Afghanistan in the past few months, and our evacuation flights are continuing in a close cooperation with our allies in Europe and the United States. For the way forward on Afghanistan, Ali, I think the main challenge right now in Afghanistan that there is an absence of clarity in the way to deal with Afghanistan after Taliban take over in August. And we see that there is no yet a clear strategy by the international community that adopted by the Security Council or by the United Nations that will be the way to deal with the current situation in Afghanistan, whether from a humanitarian perspective or from economic or political and security perspective. So what we are trying to do is engaging with all the stakeholders, with all the countries, with Taliban, with the neighboring countries, with the members, permanent members of the Security Council, as well as with some of regional countries which are connected in a way with Afghanistan, trying to create a sort of understanding that put this blueprint for the way to deal with Afghanistan in the future. I think that all of us, we need to agree, first of all, that humanitarian assistance and humanitarian support for the Afghan people should not be politicized, nor to be linked to any political progress, because it also will be unfair to punish the Afghan people because of Taliban takeover. Second, I think that also the political and the security situation over there is a growing concern by the neighboring countries, also by other countries in the region, of the growing threat from ISIS-K or any terrorist organization to find this fertile ground over there after what happened in August. And I think that this going along with the economic sanctions and the freezing of the accounts and the current de facto government right now in Kabul are not able to pay their own people and to support their own people. This will lead to an economic crisis, which might also be a fuel for those terrorist organizations to recruit more, or to use Afghanistan as a launching pad for their attacks. So that's why we are trying to urge all our partners in the international community to address this matter in a way that not waiting for the consequences of the fall of Kabul to reach us, but try to deal and to address the cause while it's there in Afghanistan, and helping the Afghan people to remain in their countries, creating for them the better condition over there to be able to live and to prosper in their own country.
Minister, as you just mentioned, and it's well known, Qatar has been an active mediator between the US and the Taliban. It also is hosting the US diplomatic mission to Afghanistan in Doha. My question is, how will the US withdrawal from Afghanistan and the redefinition of Washington's engagement in the MENA region reflect on relations with Qatar?
Well, of course, US is our most important ally, and we have a very strong strategic relationship with the United States in a lot of areas, whether it's in the regional security and defense and economic partnerships, and a lot of other areas like education, culture, and energy. We believe that the decision which been taken by the US recently, it's based on their own assessment, and we cannot really judge or comment on a decision that made by the US itself. But our perspective, and from our experience with dealing with the US on different matters in the region, we have seen that the US still have a great amount of interest in our region and our regional stability, and their engagement with Qatar on Afghanistan, or also our engagement together on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and some other regional issues. This is, of course, we see it as a demonstration for the US interest in the stability of our region. Our region in the Middle East cannot be neglected, as it's very important for the stability of the world, whether from a security perspective or from economic or energy perspective. So I don't think that there is a losing interest from any of our traditional allies and partners in our region.
Foreign Minister, you already mentioned that the US, of course, remains your staunchest allies, but of course there are other countries who have a stake in the future of Afghanistan. You met with your Russian counterpart Lavrov back in September to discuss Afghanistan. What is the status quo on Qatar-Russian relations, on Qatar-Russian dialogue on Afghanistan? Where do you see commonalities, common goals, and where do you see differences?
Well, of course, Russia is a country with a close proximity to Afghanistan, and whatever will happen there will have an effect on them. And they are very important partner in the stability of Afghanistan. So we keep engaging with Russia and taking their advice on whenever we are facing any difficulties. We are working in collaboration together in different areas, trying to identify what can be the common ground for the international community to work together. And this is similar to our engagement with Europe or with the neighboring countries. And I think whether it's Russia or China or the neighboring countries, they have their own legitimate concerns from any turmoil that can happen in Afghanistan because of the current situation. So we need to address actually their concerns in the way we are thinking forward when it comes to Afghanistan. On the main themes and the main topics, I believe that we are in agreement with Russia, with Europe, with China on the main line on the humanitarian access and providing humanitarian assistance to the Afghan. Maybe there are differences between Russia and some other countries on the approach, but this is where Qatar trying to play a role in presenting a common ground that everybody can agree on and to move forward for the sake of the Afghan people and helping them.
Minister, we know that perceptions are very important. China and Russia are seen as the main beneficiaries of the US and NATO's withdrawal from Afghanistan. Do you think that the Taliban's rise to power could pave the way for a greater role of both China and Russia, as well as a greater Sino-Russian cooperation and coordination in that country?
Well, as you mentioned that, it's always based on perceptions. Definitely that China and Russia, as I have just mentioned, they have a stake in Afghanistan. They are neighboring countries. They are living in a close proximity. And I think that the situation in Afghanistan needs everybody's help and needs the cooperation of the international community to work together collectively to help to alleviate them. I'm sure that they will have an opportunity to help in rebuilding the infrastructure of Afghanistan and help support the Afghan people, which is Qatar welcoming. And I don't think that any other country is not welcoming such an effort. What we need to create right now is less polarization and making this as a common ground of understanding. We have the same concern as the region, as the neighboring countries, as Europe, as the US. I believe that the threat of terrorism or threat of instability in Afghanistan going to have a dangerous effect on all those countries. And I think this should present an opportunity where all of us, we can come together and work together for the interest of the Afghan people.
Foreign Minister, we've talked about the US, we've talked about Russia, we've talked about China. Let me bring in Turkey here for a second, because as we know, Qatar-Turkey relations are quite strong. Your countries have both strengthened their cooperation and have become very close partners on several issues. How's the cooperation developing on Afghanistan? How's the Qatari-Ankara, the Doha-Ankara relationship cooperating on matters related to Kabul?
Well, of course, throughout the process, we've been coordinating and consulting closely with Turkey. And also, we've been working together very closely on the issue of the airport, whether on the assessment of the requirements to bring back the airport operational, or on the management agreement with the Taliban government to operate the airport in the future. We've been working very closely in partnership between Qatar and Turkey on these fronts. And of course, our consultation is ongoing, whether it's on Afghanistan or on other issues that having an effect either on our security or on their security.
Minister, this is a general question, but let me ask you, what are your country's main priorities and interests in the Gulf and in the broader MENA region? And also, what role can Qatar play in the resolution of long-standing conflicts in the Middle East and the Maghreb? And if you can share with us some concrete examples.
Well, this is a very wide question, actually. So I hope that I will be able to go right to the answer. Our priorities in our region, in the Gulf region mainly, and on the wider region, whether it's in the Middle East or in the northern part of the Gulf, Iran and Western Asian countries, is really bringing security and stability, and that will be the only way for bringing prosperity to the people of the region. Qatar is a small country with a wide network of friendship, and we are trying to utilize this network in a good way in bringing more security and stability to our region. We have no any interest in any country except making it a better place, making it a safer place. That this will be the only way for our people to prosper and grow. And this will open, of course, an opportunity for our economies to grow bigger, and will also enable us to untap the potential that our region has. We have mainly all the resources that needed for the energy or for the energy transition. We have the human resources, the human capital. Because of the number of youth that we have in our region, there is a huge potential, and this potential can be only untapped by resolving these long-standing conflicts and trying to solve these crises and building for a better future. Now, on the issues that vary in the region from Sudan to Lebanon to Djibouti, Eritrea, Afghanistan, Qatar tried to provide the adversaries with a platform that they are able to come together, to engage in a constructive way, and helping resolving these conflicts peacefully. We have succeeded in several examples. In some other examples, these efforts maybe didn't get the results that we were aiming for, but Qatar will continue. Our leadership, His Highness the Emir, is committed to make our good offices to help the people of our region and to help to support the regional security and stability.
If I may, the follow-up question, Minister. We know that the Arabian Peninsula and the broader Gulf region have been going through a bumpy ride for the past few years. We are now seeing some of your neighbors who didn't talk to each other started talking to each other and establishing new channels of communication and contact. So how do you see that from Doha, and what is your perception and your take on this new dynamic?
That's an excellent step, and it's very promising, actually. This has been Qatar line since very long time, that we always need to be open. We need to engage with everyone. We need to be open to all the countries in the region and all the parties. This is the only way forward to resolve any issue. We cannot solve a problem by boycotting each other, but we can only solve a problem and building a better future when we are talking to each other. We are very happy seeing these trends of engagement and talks between different countries in the region. We are very happy that this Gulf crisis now is behind us, and we are engaging in steady steps for a better relationship between us and the other countries. We are also watching very closely and trying to help and to support the process that's taking place between the US and Iran, for example, on the nuclear talks. I think this is the only way, this is the only option that we have, the only option that we can afford for the future of our region. Otherwise, this region will be just in unstable mode, which is not going to be helpful neither for us nor for the other countries.
Foreign Minister, we're about to end this session, but before we do, we talked a lot about hard politics, geopolitical concerns and issues to your country. Let me shift gears here for just a second, because in less than 12 months, the entire world's eyes will be on your country when the World Cup 2022 will take place in Qatar, in Doha. Obviously, this comes with an unprecedented deal of attention, but also scrutiny of your country. What benefits do you expect from this event, which is billed as the largest event in the world, really?
Well, Qatar is honored to be the showcase for the Middle East region, which is unfortunately been projected for a long time, that it's a place of conflicts, place of crisis, that we are going to show the world, and we will have the opportunity to show millions of people around the world that the Middle East has countries that are progressive, that are open, that are modern, and welcoming the whole world in it. And I think this is a great opportunity to welcome all the world together and unite them together under this, under the auspices of this beautiful game. I think this will be the greatest opportunity for us next year in the World Cup, showing the world that the Middle East is a place of prosperity, is a place of huge potential, that we need all to work all together to untap this potential. Of course, we had, while we are talking in these weeks, we are hosting also the Arab Cup, which is relatively a smaller version of the World Cup, where we brought all the Arab countries together and united them around this football, and the people are very happy that there is something is uniting them. And I think the best way to unite people is either with sports or with the music, and this is our tool for 2022. As we hope to unite the Arabs during the Arab Cup, we hope that we can unite the world for a better future for all of us, for our people and for our children in 2022.
Minister, we still have a few minutes left. We are sitting here in Rome. Unfortunately, this time you haven't been able to join us because of the situation that we're going through. But let me ask you about the immediate neighborhood. If we look from Rome to the south, that is the closer Mediterranean and the North African shore and the Maghreb. How do you see the situation there and Qatar's role in the Maghreb? And in your opinion, what needs to happen from now until next edition of Rome Med to call it a good year for the Mediterranean and the broader MENA region?
Well, actually, we've been watching the development of the situation in the Maghreb region, and we hope that, whether it's an internal issues, an internal crisis, to be resolved in, through dialogue and through an understanding among all the stakeholders within those countries, and also the differences and the disagreements that we see between brotherly countries also to be resolved through dialogue, and we see signs of de-escalation in the near future. Qatar, of course, going to offer its help when it's asked. So we cannot start to help and to facilitate for talks between countries or between political adversaries in the same country unless we are accepted by all parties or we are invited by all parties. And I think that what we are trying to do, for example, right now in Libya, is to encourage the political process to move ahead and to have a safe environment for the election, and then for the election to take place in a way that we have a peaceful transition in Libya, ending this division that took a very long time until now. I hope by mid next year, first of all, that we hope that the COVID is over, and all of us, we are able to come and to participate there in Rome and to meet with each other. And we hope that most of the issues, or all of the issues actually, cross the mid in the Arab region that are moving in a positive and good progress. We hope to see a stable government in Libya. We hope to see a united forces over there and a stable Libya. We hope to see a stable Tunisia and economic growth over there. We hope to see a new chapter of relationship between Algeria and Morocco. So I think that given the nature of all these crises, we have a tremendous opportunity to have a lot of good news next year.
Yeah, Foreign Minister, indeed, I think I can echo your wishes and your desire to meet back here in person in Rome on stage and not just virtually, of course. But thank you so much for your time, for laying out the many aspects and challenges of Qatari foreign policy moving ahead. All the best to you, Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, joining us from Doha. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Buonasera a tutti. Sarebbe possibile fare una prova con le due interpreti, una delle quali deve essere ancora assegnata come interprete?
Sì, è possibile. Io sono pronta.
Ciao Clotilde, come stai?
Ciao. Bene, tu?
Tutto a posto. Ascolta, l'unico fatto è che non posso assegnarti io come interprete, ma i tecnici, quindi
Ok,
aspetto una
allora
risposta magari
aspettiamo.
se non sono ancora connesse. Intanto voglio sentire Giorgia che è connessa sull'altro canale in inglese.
Prova, 1, 2, 3, prova. Questo è il canale
Sei?
inglese. Ok.
Perfetto, ok. A te. Clotilde, aspettiamo i tecnici e appena ci sono che ti mettono come interprete facciamo una prova anche con te, va bene?
Va bene, perfetto.
Grazie. Clotilde, ora che sei interprete, puoi farmi una prova sul canale francese dove ti trovi? Ti sento? Passa sull'inglese, per favore.
Inglese 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, prova, prova, prova.
Grazie
Ok,
mille.
prego.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to take your seat as we are going to start next session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Last meeting of the 7th, let me say, brave MET dialogues. We did it against all pandemic odds. I'm Ugo Tramballi, Senior Advisor with the ISPI and columnist with Il Sole 24 Ore. And together with my colleague Vivian E., Cairo Bureau Chief with the New York Times. The next 30 minutes we will have the pleasure to, I hope so, the pleasure to dialogue with Abdallah Abu Habib, the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the new government of Najib Mikati. Minister Abu Habib has spent many years in DC, in Washington, DC, first at the World Bank and then as a Lebanese ambassador. So the internal strifes, the port explosion, the financial collapse, the street of Beirut, dark as in the civil war. But what amazed me, it's sad, but what amazed me is that international mobilization to help Lebanon is unique. I know why it's unique, because I used to live in Beirut, which is a unique place, as a Vivian that used to live in Gemaiza, so she will agree with me. But there are conditionalities, of course. The best conditionality is help us to help you. In other words, much stronger is make reforms and you will see the money. Minister, the power partition of on sectarian basis, the formula of Taif, 89 Taif, it was essential to bring Lebanon out from the civil war. But I feel like over the year it became a sort of trap that makes difficult, almost impossible to make reforms. Am I wrong?
I think you are right. I think the Taif agreement has not been implemented fully. What we have, the system we have, came from the Taif agreement, but it is not fully the Taif agreement. Taif agreement calls for, a Senate, calls for decentralization and a lot of other reforms that we didn't implement really in the last 30 years. We just adopted few things, few changes here and there, and we moved, and it was good. I mean, and we lived in 3 decades of prosperity, not knowing very well that there is an end to such kind of fake prosperity that we had. So now we have to build again, we have to start again, And we had, a couple of years of no government at all. Prime Minister Mikati took 5 weeks only to form a new government. And according, of course, to the Taif Accords that we implement. And now the government has been there for 2 months, or 2.5 months, but it's a good part of this time we can't meet. So for different reasons. One of the reasons was solved yesterday, the resignation of the Minister of Information, because we had something that he said about the war in Yemen that didn't like, rightly or wrongly, was not liked by some Arab countries, especially Gulf countries, where we have something like 750,000 Lebanese working there and making good money and sending some of it to Lebanon for bad times, helping their families in Lebanon in bad times. So yes, I agree with you that the Taif has not been implemented, and we reached to a situation that we need to look again at an agreement that would be sustainable.
Vivian.
Well, you mentioned yourself the resignation of the Information Minister, George Kordahi, yesterday, and we were saying that this panel is well timed because it does seem like, just the latest in a long list of calamities to befall Lebanon, that Saudi Arabia and much of the rest of the Gulf would withdraw their ambassadors and cut other ties at such a precarious moment for Lebanon, which for much of its history has been famous or infamous for being kind of subject to the whims of greater powers. So how can Lebanon move forward with the Gulf, and how can it balance its need for being self-sustaining, excuse me, and also reliant on other powers, given that just a stray comment like that can provoke such a reaction? How can it maintain or improve relations with the Gulf, given that the Gulf has steered away from Lebanon in recent years, or should it remain as reliant as it has been?
Well, let me start by saying is that Lebanon is a free country, and I mean by free country that people can take positions without being penalized for or sanctioned by taking position for and against. And for the war in Yemen, there are people who support the war or not support the war, support one side, and there are others on the other side. Mr. Kordahi said what he said like more than a month before he became a minister. The most important thing, because our government is a coalition government, so you have different opinions coming to the government, but it was made in such a way as if it happened then, while we know that all of us ministers, we abide by the decisions of the government, and we, as a government, we disassociate ourselves from all the problems and wars and whatever in the Arab world. But individuals don't do that. Individuals have opinions, they write it, they talk about it, and we have newspapers that criticize the war in Yemen, and we have newspapers that support Saudi Arabia, and nobody says anything about them. But to come from a minister, it wasn't acceptable. But although this minister have said it like more than a month before it happened, if it was, I don't know how somebody, I'm not accusing journalists, but got it from somewhere and put it and pass it, and it became a problem. But now I think the problem is settled. Gulf countries like Oman and Qatar and UAE, I mean, we still have ambassadors there. And we have small problems with Kuwait and Bahrain. They withdrew their ambassadors and they asked our ambassadors to leave. And The issue is with Saudi Arabia. We still have diplomats there in Saudi Arabia. Our ambassador came back home, but hopefully now, after two things happened yesterday. First, Mr. Kordahi resigned. Second thing, the Prime Minister made a very strong statement. First, disassociation from all problems. He stressed it very strongly, the disassociation from all the problems in the region and the Arab world specifically. And he also asserted the Arabism of Lebanon. Lebanon is an Arab country by identity and by action and in cooperation with all Arab countries. As somebody said in the past, we are with the Arabs if they are united and on neutrality if they are divided.
Minister, you are an economist. Could you be a little more specific about the economic reforms you need to do, at least that you are willing, politically willing to do? And the latest, because you've met in Barcelona just recently, yesterday or 2 days ago, the Europeans and other subjects.
Yep. Well, this is a question comes all the time in meeting with officials from all European countries. There are three issues that come. Let me go more than economics. Also, they ask about elections. And I want to say elections will take place. Most probably in May, but I'm not sure yet because
old style or reformed?
No, the same law, same law that existed last time. It was in 2017 was approved, and the election was in 2018, and we do it on same law. So, you know, it's a question that I'm always asked, and I want to assure everybody that there would be elections in Lebanon. This government cannot exist without elections. I think this government would really dissolve without having elections. Second thing, we are having discussions with the IMF. We are not yet in the negotiation stage. You know, the IMF is like a specialist doctor. They want to have all the information before they prescribe the medicine or whether we need surgery or whatever it is. And they are looking at 3-4 things, which will take a lot of time. First, the monetary policy. We have now like 5 exchange rates in the country. And the old official exchange rate, which still exists in some time in some transactions, was $1, 1,500 Lebanese pounds. Now in the market, yesterday it went down because of the resignation of Mr. Kordahi. It went down from 25,000 to 22,000. So we need IMF expertise and support in order to unify the exchange rate and float our exchange rate. I think as an economist and who worked with the World Bank, that one of the mistakes we did in the last 30 years is that we had fixed exchange rates and we had high interest rate. Interest rate was 10, 15 at one time. In the 90s, it was 45%. Everybody thought it was for a few years, but it lasted all this time. It became like a Ponzi scheme. You cannot continue like this all the time. The second issue with the IMF is the central bank policy, the committee to overlook the commercial banks. All of this need to be restructured, you know, in such a way that no such thing would happen in the future. And the third thing is the banking sector. The banking sector is now banks are living on fees, you know, that they charge you for having money in the bank, and they charge you for not giving you money for money that you have in the bank, and because there's no investment, nothing, nobody is investing money with the banking sector or with any of the banks, in whether it is in foreign currency or in Lebanese pounds. Nobody is putting money there. There's a lot of hoarding, and people are using money from hoarding in order to live if their money from working is not enough. And a lot of them are like that. So this is the IMF. We're working also with the World Bank on electricity. Electricity now, thanks to Iraq, the public company is giving the public 2 hours of electricity a day only. So, and if it wasn't for Iraq, we would not have reached this 2 hours. We could not give 2 hours. Now we are working with the World Bank again in order to get gas from Egypt and electricity from Jordan. They have to go through Jordan, Syria to come to Lebanon. It is a little bit delayed because of the Caesar Act, the American Caesar Act. But now what I hear from both Egypt and Jordan that they got the clearance and things will start to work. Meanwhile, Syria is working on the power lines that goes through Syria to Lebanon. Because of the war, they were some of them were damaged. So these are 3 things that we're working on. The government really came, I mean, our time expires on May 21st because the parliament finishes on May 21st. And so it's going to realize these 3 things in this 3 months.
Miriam.
So all of these sound positive and and we hope you will solve everything, all of Lebanon's challenges right away. But we all know it's true that the Lebanese people long ago lost trust in their leaders. I was in Beirut when countrywide protests broke out in 2019, and then last year when an explosion destroyed much of Beirut. The political class has not only failed to deal with Lebanon's many challenges, but many would hold them responsible for creating them in the first place. What can you, as part of this government, do differently to make sure that Lebanon won't fall into the same trap, even if the currency is floated and all of these economic reforms take place? What can we do to make sure that it won't fall into the same morass of sectarianism and corruption that got it into this mess in the first place?
There's no doubt that sectarianism is a problem in Lebanon, but Lebanon is a pluralist society. We have to take these into consideration. I've been repeating something a professor at Princeton said, and he is of Egyptian and Lebanese origin. He said that Lebanon has adopted a free enterprise economic system and a liberal political system in a region that turned its back to both values. So we know that we're going to have crises from time to time. It is not like, it is not easy for us to have freedom and I don't want to say full democracy, but also a concessional political system. You have to include everybody, otherwise God knows what happens. So it is difficult, but I think we'll overcome it. We have overcome many problems in our history and we'll continue to overcome this one. We think that the government thinks, at least this government, which the only politician in this government is the prime minister. The others are technical people, and once they want to form a cabinet, political cabinet, we probably will be all out. So, but we are focusing on these 3 issues, and I think if we succeed in these 3 issues, you're gonna find Lebanon back on its feet and back moving forward for a long time to come.
Minister, the banking sector and the energy are the 2 main pillars of the crisis. Of course, now you need to develop your gas field out of your coast. And you have to do it with, I mean, you need to do it, you need to define your exclusive economic zone. And to do this, you have to negotiate with Israel. So at what point is this negotiation?
Well, you know, this communication, not between us and Israel directly, but through mediators like the United States, is back now. And I think it's active. And I think the way it's going, we're going to conclude next year some kind of an agreement between us and Israel. The Americans are involved in that. We also gave the Americans the green light to get involved with us. And the American envoy visited Israel 2 weeks ago. They visited us like a month ago or so, or even more. And I understand here they've been talking to interested oil companies that looking at exploration. And he should be back either this year, sometime this year or next year. You know, drawing the lines is not easy, is not an easy job. But we have an agreement. You know, Lebanon is not a one person can decide at the top. We have various groups have to decide. We have an agreement among the top people in the government that we want to have demarcation, and we want to start exploring for the wealth under the water.
Yeah.
So speaking of the Americans, we'd like to turn to how the US and the EU can help Lebanon with its many challenges, given especially that you have a state within a state in Lebanon called Hezbollah that is part of the reason why the Gulf has decided to pull away from Lebanon. How can you best maintain relationships with the EU and with the US, and what can they do to help you given this complicating factor?
Look, the presence of Hezbollah in the cabinet and the government is not a problem to neither the United States nor the EU. I mean, I haven't heard any complaint on this. What Hezbollah is doing, Hezbollah is a Lebanese political party. It represents quite big majority of the Shiite community in Lebanon, and therefore they have to be represented in the government. And now, they have a military arm, yes, and this military arm is outside the country, sometimes operates, but it becomes like a regional problem. This kind of thing we cannot solve in Lebanon. We've had a 15-year civil war, and we are not going to go again to another civil war. So we're working together. The EU and the United States are not judging us on this issue. Maybe under President Trump, they did judge us on this issue, and they made some sanctions based on this issue, but not the present administration. So we're being judged on really going for reform. And we are doing reform. The EU is, we always brief the EU and EU members on what we're doing, and they can tell from the International Monetary Fund, because they all have representatives there, that what we're doing, and the World Bank, both. I mean, there are representatives for like 6 or 7 countries of the EU in both institutions. So they have what we call EDs, like executive director in the board of each institution. So they know what we're doing, and we haven't, on the contrary, what they want us is to speed it up. And I think they are right in pushing us to speed it up, because Lebanon has to speed it up. It's in our interest to come up with the solution with the IMF very, very, very soon. I think with the World Bank and the electricity, it's going well. We're going full speed. And I saw the people from the bank the other day. They are satisfied with the speed we are going with the World Bank. And we usually tell the EU and tell the Americans about any development in this respect. And also, as I said, they can do it. They can know it from both institutions directly.
But let me follow up the Vivian question about Hezbollah. Yeah, it's a part of the Lebanese political framework, but Hezbollah has his own militia, which is many extent is stronger than the army. They control the south of Lebanon, and they have basically they have their own independent regional agenda, which it doesn't seem to me to be the same regional agenda that the Lebanese government has. I mean, they fight in Syria, in Iraq, perhaps. They have their own policy against Israel in the south. I mean, how can you match this a state within a state.
You've got to be a magician, no? Yeah, I mean, look, this is a problem. You are right. For one, I want one army in Lebanon. It's the Lebanese Armed Forces, or as we call LAF, LAF. But we have a fact. Yes, we cannot deal with it militarily. We will not deal with it militarily. This is out of the question to deal with it militarily. We talk, I mean, this military arm of Hezbollah rarely used. Sometimes it was used in Lebanon, but most of the time it's the Hezbollah political branch or arm that deals with the people. And you know, yes, Hezbollah has a lot of influence in Lebanon, but every sect, every leader from those top leaders have influence in Lebanon. Nobody can make the other do what this institution wants or not. Like Hezbollah, even to its best allies, to the closest allies, like the Speaker of the Parliament, Mr. Nabil Berri, you cannot make him do what they want. Like last presidential elections, Hezbollah voted to support President Aoun for presidency, but Speaker Berri did not. He chose another person. But this is, and now also the allies between Mr. Aoun's President's own party and Hezbollah. It doesn't mean they dictate to each other what should be done. No, we have a lot of freedom and democracy in Lebanon. Hezbollah is not the only power that has veto. Everybody has veto power. And now, if Mr. Berri would not, or Speaker Berri would not support Hezbollah, Hezbollah would not have a veto power alone.
Well, I'm trying to watch the face of General Del Colin, but I mean, he got the mask. I cannot see his face. Time is just running. Last question.
Well, as we say, time is running short, so I think we actually better wrap it up. But I just wanted to say thank you so much for speaking with us. I mean, I personally am honored to be part of this dialogue as someone who lived in Lebanon for almost 2 years, loved it, and I just always think that it's tragic, the gap between Lebanese reality and its potential. So I think we all hope that it'll see better days.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to take your seat as we start the closing session of Rome Med 2021. So please take your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We are going to start with the closing session of Rome Med 2021. Thank you.
Mr. Minister of Foreign Affairs, ministers and members of government, authorities, ladies and gentlemen, we made it. The 7th edition of Mad Dialogue has come to an end. Yesterday, in my opening speech, this edition has been particular. It was a hybrid edition, and it has been full of restrictions, unfortunately, health restrictions. And the reason why I would like to extend my thanks to all of you is the fact that this session has been affected by the events. And I have to say that this has been properly addressed in the works. Both opportunities and criticalities emerged. So I would like to thank you because you have been close to us. And this is something that was not likely to happen in the past. I would like to thank all the speakers who have shared ideas. And at the same time, I would like to thank men and women working in ISPI, which along the ministers have worked hard. And I'm very proud to be here. Our works can be summarized in 5 words, which represent different messages that can be summarized in a positive agenda, which is the real purpose of MAD. And the first word is method, which means today more than ever working together. Working together because this is no longer a time in which multilateralism can only be interpreted as a relationship between governments and states. Well, for sure, these remain crucial, and states and governments are responsible for making decisions, for sure. But at the same time, I think the government and states couldn't do work well without involving the civil society and NGOs, and without working with each single authority. Think about Greta. Without working with big companies, a multi or plurilateralism, which has a bottom-up approach. When the president of the US withdraws from an agreement on climate and then is surrounded by governors, I think this is bottom-up multilateralism. Second word can be uncertainty, which has been the predominant feeling all over the process, which has led us to this meeting. I believe, and I think the title summarizes this, I think that this is a positive message because we know that uncertainty can be a stumbling block, but at the same time, it can be a sort of stimulus. We have to bear this word in mind to try and collectively work together to achieve answers, while taking into account the need for uncertainty and the need for going beyond these uncertainties. And then the word limit. I think that, once again, these meetings have proven that working together, we cannot do much because individual action immediately shows its limits. But allow me to say that it has been unpleasant to see that someone didn't show up. So I sort of missed opportunities for someone, I think. But in my opinion, From this perspective, and this is why I'm talking about missed opportunities, it's important to listen to civil societies. In my opinion, we have a collective responsibility, which means increasing the awareness of the importance for collective actions. Then we have another word, perspective. I do believe in the power of this word. And I think that this 3-day meeting has unveiled specific areas in which we can speak about objectives. Because first of all, we want to achieve a new setting. And I think this need has been highlighted, the need for a new balancing, a new balance for a new approach, which sometimes has been based on powers, as I was saying before, not only in the hands of governments, but spread to the civil society. And this is why there has been the idea of a new set of rules, a new set of shared measures to increase trust, a sort of transition in the positive agenda that we would like to achieve. And there is a second area which has been highlighted again, thanks to our works. So the idea of a new social economic pact in the broad Mediterranean area, which reduces inequalities. Because this transition phase can be a threat, because transitions may lead to further inequalities, and we cannot afford inequalities anymore because they are very common and it's very difficult to mitigate them. And we need to leverage this transformation approach. We have to turn a liability into an asset. And last but not least, we have the last word, which is people. I think that the real message of this meeting is that our squares count, and we cannot manage any more complex processes without listening to people. So, Mr. Minister, this is the result of this meeting, the legacy of this meeting. Thank you.
We have reached the end of this 7th 2021 Met Dialogues in Rome, and I want to thank President Massalo, the director of ISPI, and all those who have worked for the organization of this important edition, along with Farnesina. Mostly, given the criticalities of the current health situations, that actually we can say it challenged a lot the organization of this edition, also given the Omicron variant of the COVID virus. This hybrid format allowed us to reach many spectators, create 40 sessions, 9 fora, 180 guests between analysts, activists, journalists, and political representatives, and more than 15,000 people had the chance to follow the events through online platforms. This open and enlarged participation actually confirms the important role of Med Dialogues within the Mediterranean area and at an international level. We had a partnership with the UK for COP26, and Italy for this has promoted the analysis of the challenges that we have analyzed in this context. The idea that we keep promoting is building a future focused on the rights of people, also within the broader Mediterranean area. Yesterday, I was talking about the transition topic that was the leitmotif of this 2021 edition. Now I would like to provide a general framework and the big picture of these days I want to use 5 words as Mr. Masolo did, but we didn't agree on that. We have repeated these words during the conference. The first is youth, the second is dialogue, then partnership, resilience, and multilateralism. The first word, youth, that was enabled through the youth forum that gave the chance to the young generation to show their competencies and skills. We have analyzed more than 50 projects of high value focused on environmental topics. The ultra-wide painting with Paul Ibrahim Skani to cover up the Iraqi houses and reflect the solar light, which is a great idea presented by the young. And then the ecological leather at low environmental impact. I want to congratulate with these 2 inventors that showed a great capacity of innovation. So a round of applause for them. All the multilateral agenda of Italy was developed in this very intense year through many events that involved the youth. I wanted the youth to be part of this conference also because they are part of the future. Yesterday I was talking about the G20 National League of Sorrento that happened at a side of the G20. And now I want to remember the Youth for Climate that allowed us to bring the voices of the young people to the negotiations for climate in Milan. Last week in Rome, at the Youth Forum for the EU and the Balkans, the students of Italy, of the European Union, and of the Balkans had the chance to discuss about the future of Europe, climate, and other topical issues. This initiative, along with the Youth Forum Med, became a building part of the Italian program to contribute to the future of Europe. This contribution actually creates room for partnership between Europe and the countries around the Mediterranean Sea. And in this future, the youth are pivotal because they are an instrument of change. The second word is dialogue. The diversity and the richness of the regions in the MENA region represent, as the Deputy Minister Marina Sereni said yesterday, a common good that we need to enhance and grow through the civil, political, economical, and interreligious dialogue, a dialogue that is also fundamental when talking about migration. Pope Francis, in his message, when we opened the Med, reminded us how dialogue is an antidote against discrimination and against the hatred. So it is an instrument to tackle the politicization of the religion and the instrumentalization of important topics such as this. So the voice of the religious leaders is fundamental not only to do this, but also to raise awareness about the global challenges among the people. In the Faith Forum of Bologna, we had insights and development lines on the contribution of the religious leaders to building back better. I remember that I have personally received from the hands of the Pope, along with Alok Sharma, the president of COP26, a call to the international community addressed to the representatives of the most important faiths in the world. I want to recall in this context also the network of women and mediators in the Mediterranean area, a project born 4 years ago within the Farnesina in order to improve the mediation role of women within the Mediterranean area and then distributed at the international level. The third word is partnership. We need partnership here in the Mediterranean Sea between political forces, social forces, economic systems of the countries that belong to the same sub-regional area. In this edition, we had the chance to reaffirm the need for an effective partnership between the European Union and the south border of the Union and the countries that border with us. So Europe cannot afford to consider the Mediterranean area as just its southern border. And it cannot afford to look at the Mediterranean area as a critical area in which the crises have to be challenged and faced. In order to face the issues that we have, we need to ratify an agreement between Europe, Mediterranean area, and Africa. We have all the tools to do this, such as the tools that we have in the investment and economic plan for partnership in the European Union. During these days, we have heard many voices from Europe, such as Borrelli, Gentiloni, and Varelli, that talked about this area and encouraged us to promote the strategic relevance of this region, a relevance that can develop in terms of defense to tackle the threats, or in a long-term way and with far sight, in a way that we can build long-term duration relationship. The fourth word is resilience. A society in the Mediterranean Sea can be defined as resilient when it has transparent institutions that can ensure the basic services to the population. So the pandemic showed us that we needed to reinvest in a good government. And resilience in this context means reducing the fragilities by strengthening the social pact within an inclusive approach that eradicates discrimination and marginalization. This is a common objective for all the European, African, and Mediterranean countries, and it is fundamental to tackle hunger and protect the health. The objective of the development of vaccines and health equipment through the NOVAX facility and the health accelerator is still fundamental, and it depends on global supply chains and agreements between the parties. According to the FAO, the current increase of the prices connected to the supply chains, the instability, the drought are now worsening the food security situation. And now 34 countries in Africa needs external assistance to access food. These are fundamental issues, not only for the Mediterranean area, but also for the sub-Saharan area, and need to be tackled through strengthened partnership between the governments and the social components of the society as a reflection of the Matera Declaration that was ratified by the ministries of the G20 to relaunch the Hunger Zero objective for 2030. As far as the supply chains are concerned, the debate that was chaired by Mario Di Stefano this morning has analyzed the importance of the technological innovation for the benefit of the regional agreement and the regional partnership. These are fundamental topics if we think that the southern border of the Mediterranean area is one of the less integrated areas in the world. It is a paradox in a region that has always been, through history, a crossroad of trades and exchanges that opens the way to 500 million consumers and that attracts an important number of tourists worldwide with a great UNESCO heritage. This is an important basis to start in order to improve the resilience of the economic and social regional systems by also improving their mitigation capacity against risks. After having quoted the UNESCO locations and sites before, I want to recall the recent recognition of Italy for the UNESCO, and I want to thank the Undersecretary for its work. Another important and last word is multilateralism. When we opened this session yesterday, I was talking about some crisis scenarios. Throughout all these scenarios, the commitment of Italy has to be inscribed within the collective effort. The defeat of Daesh is another example of the multilateral approach efficiency. As for the Libya committee chaired by Mr. Massolo and the conversation with the NU envoy on Syria, up to Manuela Del Rey this morning that talked about the partnership of the European Union with the Sahel region, I have to say that these reflections actually underline the need for an effective multilateralism approach in order to solve the conflicts and provide actions in line with the international legitimacy as it is ensured by the United Nations. The balance between stability and peace cannot be reached with unilateral solutions. We need multilateral approach based on regional ownership and supported by international community will resolve. The panel on the geopolitical balances and the engagement of the US in the MENA region chaired by the Minister Guerini, as well as the panel on the perspective for the creation of a cooperative architecture within the Gulf, has raised many important topics. For example, the beneficial effect that JCPOA could have on the region's stability. Thinking about the idea of building sub-inclusive regional orders within the eastern area of the Mediterranean means developing a cooperational responsibility and avoid conflicts in order to promote confidence and reliability and mutual benefit between the stakeholders. All these words that I have quoted are the basis to work towards the broadened agenda that the MED dialogues represent as a whole in an optic of stability, prosperity, and for the region and the people that live within it. I thank you and I invite you to the 8th edition for the 8th of the Rome MED dialogue. Thank you.